Good morning, everyone. I'm Martin Millett. I'm president of the Society, and it's my pleasant duty to welcome you all to this day seminar. I'd like to start off by saying on my own behalf and on behalf of the Society that we deeply sympathise with the people of Ukraine for the outrageous attack that's happened to your country and the human and social consequences of that are things that will be in the back of our mind today, and our support and sympathy lies with you all. As archaeologists, as people who are interested in the heritage, we're aware not only of the human consequences of the attack on your country, but the way in which history and the material culture associated with history are both weaponized in war and the victims of war. There is incidental damage caused by warfare, but there is also quite deliberate damage that is inflicted in the way that heritage is weaponized to justify the unjustifiable. What we're here to do today is to think about the implications of the war in Ukraine for the cultural heritage, and we're very grateful to those of you who've agreed to contribute to this, to give those of us in the UK and joining from elsewhere across the world online first-hand reports of what is going on in your country at the moment. This event has been organised by John Hines and Heather Sabir. John online and visible at the bottom of the screen there is struck down with illness and is at home in Cardiff. So welcome, John. Thanks for everything you've done. And we hope you'll be able to participate today. Heather in the front row here is going to be Master of Ceremonies for the day. So I'll hand over to Heather to chair the session. This is a session that we're doing sort of jointly in the room and online. We will be able to facilitate questions. If you have questions and comments when Heather invites them, we ask you to use the microphone that will be circulated so that the people online can hear you. And it would be helpful also if people identified themselves when they come to speak. But without further ado, I hand over to Heather. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Martin, and a very warm welcome from me to everyone, both people in the room and friends online, and especially to our speakers. We are so pleased that so many of them have agreed to join us today. And we've got quite a tight program this morning of talks of different aspects of what's happening in Ukraine. And then we've got a panel discussion this afternoon, and sorry, a keynote talk as well about the museum side of things. And we hope you'll enjoy the day. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first paper, which is by Dr. Vsevolod Ivakin, Professor Pavlov Sidolovsky, and Professor Vasila Skirvopod. I do apologize in advance for my pronunciation, but I'm sure you'll all be very kind. And it's Professor Pawlo Shilalowski who's going to deliver it. And he's going to tell us about peculiarities of monitoring the state of damaged archaeological landscapes in Kyiv and Chernihiv regions in Ukraine during the war. Thank you, Pawlo. Over to you.
Yes, okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Could you? Okay, nice. Thank you very much. And could I share my screen? Okay. Okay. Can you see presentation? Somebody tell me.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay. And does the slides switch on, switch off? Yes. Okay.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will start. So my name is Pawlo Shidlovsky. I'm associate professor of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, and I will speak here today on behalf of the group of scientists, on behalf of the enthusiasts who started the process of archaeological monitoring on the newly liberated territories in Ukraine. So the topic, our group is named Archaeological Landscapes Monitoring Group. And for the moment, several scientific and museum institutions in Ukraine have the representatives in this group. And for the moment, we will focus it on the archaeological monitoring of several regions in Ukraine, such regions as Kyiv and Chernihiv regions. And also, I will tell you that for the moment, our Ukrainian society is going through one of the most difficult moments in its historical development. Brutal, unprovoked aggression of the Russian Federation on peaceful towns and villages caused numerous human casualties, the forced displacement of many people, significant economic losses, and damage to infrastructure and communications. Also during this war, cultural heritage becomes one of the most vulnerable segments of social life. So we can see that cultural heritage objects became a special target for our enemy, because one of the aim of Putin's war here is not only to capture the territory or say of the people, but also to destroy our identity, to destroy our history, to destroy Ukrainians at special entity, and that is why the objects of cultural heritage became a special target. And we can see that in all towns and villages, different culture buildings, different culture objects became specially destroyed by the rocket fire, by the bombing, by the attacks. And we can say that such monuments and such buildings as libraries, as the religious building, as monumental art objects became destroyed by our enemies. And here you can see to the right the photo of the library in Chernihiv, which was destroyed due to the rocket fire. And many losses was made to our archaeology through the special looting of the archaeological museum and archaeological collections on the territory of different cities. The main collections, the main cities which was looted. This is a Kherson historical museum and Melitopol Museum and Mariupol Museum. All these museums was famous for their very large and very scientific the collection with a very scientific value. So in summer, after some cooperation with different organizations, we started to create our group, and this group, the Archaeological Landscape Monitoring Group, it concentrates such representatives of Ukrainian State Institute of Cultural Heritage, Institute of Archaeology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, Faculty of History of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, National Museum of the History of Ukraine, and also in Institute of Archaeology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine was established archaeological monitoring expedition. And we started to fixing for monitoring the different archaeological sites on the territory of, firstly, on the territory of northern part of Ukraine. In fact, we can say that the damaged sites was not only on the territories where some hostilities was, but also on the whole territory of Ukraine, because we can say that all the territory of Ukraine is a network of different dugouts, trenches, landscape transformation, which lead to the numerous and a lot of landscape and archaeological site damages. So we can see that this monitoring needs to be held on the territory of whole Ukraine. And we started from the territory of the northern part, on which there were many hostilities, and this territory of Kiev and Chernihiv regions were occupied during something more than 1 month, from the end of February 22 till the beginning of April, till beginning of April 22. So this territory is famous that this is the territory of where the center of the Kievan Rus medieval state was formed, and this territory is quite famous for different archaeological sites, such as hill forts and burial mound cemeteries, which belong to the medieval time, to the Kievan Rus time. And the first organization who helps us to organize this investigation was the German Archaeological Institute with a scholarship program, Ukrainian Archaeological Heritage Threatened by War, Saving and Protection, led by Alla Buysky. And we can see the map, the red dots here is on the map to the right. The red dots is the places of the hostilities, the places of the rocket fire, of the bombing, and the green dots, this is the archaeological sites on the territory of Kiev and Chernihiv region. And to the left map, this is here mapping of one of the most famous medieval hill forts on the territory of these two regions. So we can see that many archaeological sites were really under the threat of destroying and under the threat of damaging. So we can say about the Kiev region, and you know that the suburbs and outskirts of Kiev was really damaged by the very cruel, very hot hostilities. Here you can see the map, the part of the map near about the Kiev suburb, near about the town Irpin. And on this map, these brown territories, this is all totally fired territories. And also we can we know that on these territories also we have archaeological sites, settlements, multi-layered settlements, and so on. So when we started to fixing the problem outside Kiev and on the Kiev suburbs, we can see such transformations, such damaging of the landscapes, and we have to mark these damages on the map with the using of GPS technology, and for future assessment the damage for the archaeological heritage. So we can see different types of the different types of destructions. This is a using of archaeological structures such as barrows, hill forts for the modern military facilities, and we can see the even destruction of cultural heritage. This is in Byshev, in the town near about Kiev. Byshev there was found on the territory of this destroying building, where there was found archaeological material to belong to medieval times. If we speak about Chernihiv region, also inside Chernihiv, we have the national park Boldini Hory. This is a cemetery, burial mound cemetery, with many small and big burial mounds. And due to the hostilities, this territory was totally, many of mounds was destroying because modern observation points, firing points were made inside, directly inside the barrows of this cemetery. Also, this is outstanding medieval hill fort Sedniv, and together with hill fort here we can see the burial mound cemetery. Also, this cemetery was using as a modern military facilities. Of course, these facilities was made by Ukrainian troops, but we can understand that our building of these military facilities was the forced measures for the really we save our people, we save our towns and villages. We trying to protect our territory, and that is why this was a forced measures for protect our towns and villages. And here we can see the Oster hill fort with the remains of medieval architecture. This is the remains of a church which belongs to 11th, 12th century. And also this territory of the hill fort was totally, not totally, but very, very cruel, transformed due to the modern dugouts and trenches. But of course, we can say that many archaeological sites was destroying, because we even don't know about these archaeological sites. Because if we speak about the modern fixation of cultural heritage which was damaged by war, we can say that modern monitoring mostly focusing on the visual objects such as monuments of architecture or monumental art, but we have a deal with archaeology, and many sites is not listed, is not included to the lists of cultural protection registers, and that is why we don't even know where we can see the archaeological layers. And that is why we need to understand with what types of destruction we face it with. That is why we need to create some typology of destructions. And what is this typology? Of course, it can start from the destruction related to the direct conduct of military operation, bombing, missile attacks, mortar fire, which led to the landscape transformation. Here you can see the barrow near about Chernihiv, and to the right you can see the director of Makarev Museum, who taken the part of rocket which was not exploded, but this rocket was bombed to the Makarev hill fort, medieval hill fort. Also destruction associated with the arrangement of military objects, observation and firing points, trenches, which led to the destruction of sites of their parts. And we can say that during the spring 2022, all the territory of Ukraine was covered by the network of different dugouts, trenches, and so on. Many people took part in the territorial defense service to protect the territory of Ukraine. And that is why all the territory of Ukraine was covered by different dugouts and different trenches. And for the moment, we need to monitoring where is this transformations appeared. Also, destruction associated with the use of archaeological sites, burial mounds, ramparts, ditches, hill forts as modern military facilities. We understand that archaeological objects was made on the topographical significant places, on the outstanding places, landmarks of the topography, and of course this is used for modern armies as our army, as Russian army, and that is why, of course, these outstanding places on the landscape also damaged by this war. And this is one of the type of destruction. We can see that barrows, that hill forts are used for the modern facilities. And of course, destruction associated with illegal excavations and looting of archaeological heritage. We can say that this was fixed for the mostly Lugansk and Donetsk region on the territory of northern part of Ukraine. For now, we have no such bright evidence of the looting of archaeological sites, but of course, this process is we see this process, yes. And looting collections during hostilities. One of the main problems that we can have not only the central museums, not only the museums in regional centers, but also we have many small local lore museums. And of course, during occupation, they was absolutely looted. Here you can see the photos from the Makarev local lore museum, which was totally looted, and even you see the statue of wooden Jesus was beaten by occupiers. And but to the right, you have the photo when, for the moment, we have a new exponates. We have new collections for this local lore museum. And of course, the acts of vandalism. Here, a well-known photo of Izum medieval statues, which was destroyed by the rocket attack. But we face it with many issues. I say that we have three main issues, but in fact it's many issues. One of the main issues, the issue of object registration. So the situation is that for the Ukrainian legislation, we have the problem that if their object is not registered, if the object is not included to this lists of newly discovered objects, that is why this object is not a site, is not a monument. And that is why we have to understand that during the war, we will find many new objects, we will find many new archaeological sites, and that is why the process of monitoring the damaged landscapes will be connected with the parallel creating of site protection documentation, so that it will be more difficult, it takes more time, of course, and it will need to have some bureaucratic procedures. But anyway, we understand that war is like catastrophic events, such as like earthquakes, and during these catastrophic events, we will find many new sites, and these sites to be protected. They need to be included in different lists, in different state register of immovable monuments of Ukraine. Next issue, the issue of access. For the moment, today we have no total access to the sites. We have no access to the cosmic photo. We have no possibility to use flying means for made aerial photos. We have no possibility to use cosmic and aerial data for our monitoring process. And of course, we have a problem to the direct access to the sites. Why? Because many military objects, many territories for the moment now, they are also used as a military object. So if we speak about Kiev and Chernihiv regions, many territories which are on the bordering with the Belarus and Russian Federation, for the moment we have no access to these territories, and it's understandable because it needs many documentation to have access to the different territories, and that is why we do what we can do. And of course, one of the main problems is a direct risk to life, because we are working on the territories which are mined, and it's if we speak about Chernihiv and Kiev regions, the territory which are bordering with the Belarus and Russian Federation, and that is why we can have the threats of even groups of saboteurs, of bombing, of rocket fire, and the threats of mined territories, of course. To the left, you can see the cover of the newspaper, The European Archaeologist, on which described our colleague, archaeologist, Andriy Olenich, who found chalcolithic pit during his building of his trenches, and he trying to draw this chalcolithic pit, and now he is a sergeant of territorial defense service in armed forces of Ukraine. So, in view of the significant changes in the historical landscape caused by the war, the archaeological community of Ukraine proposed to strengthen control for immovable and objects and movable objects of archaeological heritage. This is a proposal made by Institute of Archaeology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and the first results and first discussions on the monitoring of the archaeological sites in Ukraine was made during the November 23 seminar, Protection and Preservation of Archaeological Heritage of Ukraine. And it's interesting that this seminar was held, only the first part of this seminar was held, and it was interrupted by the rocket firing on Kiev. November 23, there was a mass scale attack on Kiev. And the next part of this seminar was held on December 2. And our work results in creating a digital maps, digital card, also digital database which are connected to the map. And of course, we're trying to have a contact with the police, with different power block, to inform them about the crimes, about the damaged archaeological sites, and this is, of course, a war crimes against the cultural heritage. So I think that in future we will scale our work, and in spring we will do much more. Okay. And okay, I maybe have to be more quickly. So for the moment, many archaeologists are on front, and it is why, and of course, many archaeological expeditions stop their activity, but also we can see some shift of the focus of research. So if we can say that for the moment, from the academician archaeology, from the clear science of archaeology, we have the shift to the assessment of damaged sites to made more relevant the problem of archaeological heritage protection. And I think that main vectors of future development are laid in our social organizations, social movement, because state and bureaucracies with their slowness and ineffectiveness for the moment not help us to make some such work. The war exposed the problems that had been neglected by previous governments and bureaucracies, made those problems relevant and brought them into focus. The process of building civil society and horizontal links became important, which allowed our community to survive in the seemingly critical moments of war. And the understanding of public values, natural wealth, architecture masterpieces, cultural heritage of Ukraine became more pronounced. Cultural heritage and diversity should become one of the focuses of attention of the society of the new Ukraine. And the struggling of Ukrainians for independence is also a struggle for humanistic values, among which respect for the cultural and natural heritage of a humankind is of particular importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pavlo, for starting us off and just letting us see without any doubt what you're having to contend with. I think we are going to have to move on though, because as I said at the beginning, the program is quite tight. But thank you, and hopefully you'll still be there in the background if we do get a slot for questions. So our second paper is by Dr. Mikhailo Videyko, a faculty member at the Research Laboratory of Archaeology at Kyiv University, and he's going to tell us about Kyiv Regional Archaeological Museum, life and work from February to December 2022. And welcome, and thank you.
So I will present talk about how small museums survived this last year, and it will be history from the side of museum workers, not from, but which at the same time they are archaeologists because it's an archaeological museum. Oh. Please.
You're on mute. Can you unmute yourself? Unless we can do that, can we?
Okay. We sound everything okay?
Yes, carry on.
So I can return to pictures, yes? And my talk will be about the Kiev Domain Archaeological Museum. It located in 40 kilometers from Kiev to south, and it was out of the zone of war this last winter, but also we have 11 departments which located in different places, and it was a big problem what to do at the beginning of war. Museum is located at the historical place which have a long history around 1,000 years. It's here there are traces of the city founded in 11th century, ruins of a castle built in 16th century, and many interesting things. In this museum and branches of this museum presented prehistory and history of Kiev domain. And now I will talk you about the history of this place after the moment when region around Kiev became a battlefield after the February 24. The history from February to December 22 can be divided into several stages. Each of them had certain challenges and created various problems in work of the museum. The first stage is period February-April. It was a time to hide collections. The exposition was dismantled, and as the expositions in all 11 branches of museum. We hide it, don't ask how we do it, but it was done in few days. It was the most difficult period emotionally, given the information from territory that was temporarily occupied by Russians. There was a lot of information about the destruction and looting of museums by occupiers' murders, including the settlements in 50 kilometers from the museum. And we understand that in one moment, if Russians have planned to arrive Tripoli and other towns around Kiev, to surround Kiev. You know that they have these plans. The second stage, it was a stage of restoration of work, May-September. The expositions were returned to the museum halls. All our museums, they survived. And this period marks the resumption of visits to museum, which is very popular among the residents of Kiev and surrounding area, especially in summer. At this time, evacuees and refugees from the other regions where hostilities are taking place and were added to the usual number of visitors. People were interested in history and prehistory. And during the war, I was surprised how many people visited museum. At this time, temporary additional exhibitions were also held, including in museum branches and other places. And for example, was renovated a facade of museum branch at Haripis, Khvoyka Museum, 50 kilometers from Kiev to south. And in these days, museum get new exponents. At first report, you hear about how military fortifications appeared as places of archaeological monuments. And so we got some exhibits. People who served in army, they understand the value of these finds. And for example, it's a pot from a burial of the Rubinetskaya culture, which dated around 2000 BC to 200 BC, 200 AD, which was discovered close to Tripoli on some positions. Probably after the war, we will take excavations and probably will find more here. And some new exhibits from the war also appeared in museums. You see these parts of military technique, shells, and other exhibits. The third stage, October, December, it was work in conditions of terrorist attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure. As a result, a lack of heating, electricity, and communications, and internet, of course. Heating now is absent constantly, electricity from 8 to 20 hours per day. Only last days electricity appeared more or less whole day. The lack of communication coincides with the lack of electricity. This also means that potential tourists have problems with navigation, obtaining information about the work of the museum, ordering tours, and so on. The consequences of these attacks cause real damage to normal functioning of museum. How you see excursions using the lights from mobile phones in the autumn of last year. And but we continue to receive visitors who became fewer. In the absence of electricity, excursions have to be conducted using rechargeable lanterns, and in much of situation, it will be useful to have some stock of such devices and the possibility of recharging them. But the absence of electricity, and again, it's a complicated situation. But in intervals between excursions, museum staff knit stockings for soldiers of the armed forces in their free time from excursions, and you see how it looks, what we're using for heating and what we're doing at these moments. Now staff of museum working all preparations for the exhibition the last day before the war. What it means that we made some archaeological finds from the area of Tripolia on February 23, 22. Really the last day before the war. It will be the title now, the title of this exhibition. Some exponents starting from 11th to 19th century from area of Tripolia. But we still have big plans for next year. These plans include holding a conference, archaeological excavations, updating of exposition, lectures on archaeology. In addition to the listed problems, it is worth thinking about the equipment for holding and storing of the exposition in the event of an aggravation of military situation. So we must be ready for everything. And now, on day when this presentation was prepared, 10 Russian missiles were shot down over the Kiev region. The flight alert was announced 3 times. And now, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mikhailo. And I think you've beautifully illustrated how in the darkest of times, people still want to come and see their local heritage. And you've been sort of adding to your collections and everything as you've gone along. So that's fantastic. I think we could possibly take 1 or 2 questions, either to Pavlo or to Mikhailo, if I think we're more or less caught up with ourselves. Oh, thanks, Rebecca. Anyone in the room got any burning questions? Hopefully we will have a little bit of time later as well. Pavlo's still there, hopefully.
Hello. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm Clive Cheeseman. I'm a fellow of this society and also a member of the British Army's Cultural Property Protection Unit. A question about prioritising. It's striking that from the second contribution just then that you are still you have a full program of exhibitions planned. You're still receiving visitors. One can quite see the morale justification for that. But how on earth do you prioritize, and do you have a technique for prioritizing access, public access, against conservation and preservation and protection of the artifacts in your care?
I must say that in January, probably, or then sometime at the end of January, there was a visit from a group of the Center of Restoration to Museum, and the director, they discussed these problems, and now we will start something to do it.
Okay, thank you. One at the back.
Hello, my name is Fedor Andrashuk. I'm director of the National Museum of the History of Ukraine. And I would like to raise a question to Pavlo Shidlovsky. I don't know that you have been working a lot in Chernihiv area, and particularly interested in this famous Shestovitsa site, which is both cemetery and the settlement. And how is the situation there? Because I do know that it was heavily damaged, basically very limited access to the site, and nobody knows what actually happens and if we will be able to see this site again. Thanks.
Okay, Fedor, you see the situation that our landscape monitoring group has different detachment, different departments. And for the Chernihiv region is responsible Vyacheslav Skorokhod. He mostly know about the situation in Shestovitsa, but for the moment, I know that the access to Shestovitsa very limited for the moment. There's very limited access to all these sites, and the most limited access to the Shestovitsa and to Oster Hill Fort, but to Oster Hill Fort we had the possibility to enter. But I think that do we have Vyacheslav Skorokhod here? I don't know. Maybe no. I do not see Skorokhod here. I think that later he will answer you in Kiev about the situation in Chernihiv region, more precise.
Okay, thank you. And I think we'll just take one more in the room. Oh, sorry. Come back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your very important work and contribution today. I had a question with regard to the first presentation. You mentioned the military use of some archaeological site, and of course it may be out of military necessity, and I understand that. What I was interested in knowing is to what extent the armed forces have perhaps worked with people like you in terms of minimizing the damage that may be inflicted to those sites when building trenches, etc.
You see, mostly threats for mostly damaged landscapes was made in the first months of war. In the February, in March, when the question about the heritage protection is not arising at all, because there was a first aim is to protect people, protect towns and villages, and that is why nobody asked us to help to monitor some archaeological objects and so on. And for the moment, we have connections. We have the different frames of work, mostly not with the armed forces of Ukraine, but mostly with the territorial defense service. And in different regions, we have different connections with them. Sometimes we have the possibility to work together with them, but sometimes we have no. They just tell us that there is a prohibited area and don't go to this territory at all, because for the moment the situation is quite dangerous, even for the moment, even now, because even now we have the troops of enemies in Belarus and Russia territory, and that is why if armed forces or territorial defense service told us not go to these territories, we need to respect their opinion first of all.
Thank you.
And I understand that international practice is to have some detachment, some military forces which are protecting heritage, protecting archaeology at all. But in Ukraine, there was not created such divisions, such detachments inside armed forces, and that is why it's quite difficult to find a way to cooperate with the military bloc at all.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to have to stop you because I think we do need to move on. Thank you. So our next speaker is Professor Alexandra Simonenko, who's Chief Research Fellow in the Early Iron Age Department at the Institute of Archaeology, Ukraine National Academy of Sciences. And he's going to speak on the destruction of archaeological sites in the Kherson region. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try our presentation. I little bit do not know what to do now, but so I cannot switch my presentation. Excuse me, please, but well, I really have no idea what to do, because maybe somebody can help me.
Ви повинні спочатку відкрити в комп'ютері презентацію. Відкрили в комп'ютері презентацію?
Ні.
А
Ага.
треба спочатку.
Спочатку в комп'ютері.
Все, відкривається, зараз відкривається.
Так.
Так, тепер дивіться, справа внизу. Ага, ну давайте, відкривайте презентацію.
Зараз я, так. От так.
Так, а тепер внизу справа, є от такий значочок. Ні, трошки лівіше. Внизу ще оце. Ні, от там екран такий намальовано. Да, оцей.
Так, але тепер видно її повністю. Everyone can see the presentation. Now it's okay. Yes, now. Please tell me somebody.
Да.
Perfect. Yes, it is. Yes,
That's okay. Excuse me, please, for my mastership. Well, and I'm going to tell you about the sad fate of archaeological heritage of Kherson region, about destruction of archaeological sites in this region. The Kherson region is the center of the southern steppe zone of Ukraine, and it's full of archaeological sites of various epochs. Paleolithic and Mesolithic sites are known in the steppe near Sivas bolts. On the bank of Dnieper Bug estuary, the Hellenic settlements of the core of Olbia are located. And thousands of barrows are rising on the steppe, dating since the Neolithic first millennium BC to the Middle Age 13th, 14th centuries. Along the bank of Dnieper, the hill forts and burial grounds of the late Scythian culture, late Hellenistic and Roman time, fortified by ramparts and ditches are located. And this is the subject of my study. The collection of unique artifacts discovered on the territory of the Kherson region by archaeological expedition and found by chance are kept in the museums of the cities Kherson, Kakhovka, Skadovsk, Genichesk. Unfortunately, I should say were kept, not are kept. In the storage of Kherson Museum of Local Lore, the find of expeditions of the Institute of Archaeology of National Academy of Science of Ukraine also were kept. They were discovered during the barrow boom of the late 60s, early 90s for the construction of irrigation system in the Kherson steppe. Almost half of these finds haven't been published yet and stay in process of laboratory research. In March of 2022, all Kherson region, due to the betrayal, was very fast captured by Russian invaders. Archaeological sites shared the sad fate of all cultural heritage and were destroyed and looted. Now, it's difficult to give concrete examples because most of archaeological sites and approach to them are mined, and access for detailed study of damage is still prohibited by militaries. From the other hand, during the occupation, it was dangerous to take a photo of such destruction. So the accumulation of database of destruction of archaeological heritage of the Kherson region is just beginning. When fleeing from Kherson, the Russian invaders barbarously robbed the Kherson Museum of Local Lore. Its director, Tatiana Bratchenko, and some employers became a collaborationists. The robbery was directed by employers of the Khersonesos reserve in Sevastopol, who turned from scholars into marauders. Now a commission is working in Kherson Museum, which will determine exactly what was stolen and where it was moved. We can preliminarily state that the invaders robbed the entire exhibition and part of the storage. All gold and silver jewelry, Greek black lacquer and Roman red slip pottery, amphora, bronze items such as fibulae, bracelets, tools, a bulk of beads, numismatic finds, a collection of weapons and Greek and Roman tombstones and sculptures from lapidarium have disappeared. So look at the Russian robbery of one of the best archaeological collection of the South Ukraine. So you can see who before and after. Empty boxes. Before, at the right side is finds from early Sarmatian grave from Southern Sea, and after. Before, very sympathetic box, yeah, models of ship with amphora carrier, and after. The same box, but absolutely empty. Before and after. At the same time, the Kherson Art Museum was robbed by the same Crimean marauders, and 80 persons of painting icons and sculptures were taken out. These things were moved to Simferopol, to the Museum of History of Tavrina. Kakhovka city is still occupied, so it is difficult to say exactly what was stolen from Kakhovka Museum of Local Lore, when the rather representative archaeological collection has been kept. All we know that is the robbery was thorough, and almost the entire museum collection was stolen. According to the information, the Berislav Museum also was robbed. So I listed the local lore museums of small cities of Kherson region. After the liberation of the right bank of Dnieper, it became possible to make the monitoring of the damage of archaeological sites. It was ascertained that almost all mounds of barrows more than 2 meters high were damaged. Russian invaders set up a permanent fire position of them. You can see on the picture. Also, they are useless in modern warfare. The ancient settlement of Bilazirka has been mined. Zoloty Mys, Skelka, Stanislav sites are hopelessly damaged. Their surface is covered by the craters from bombs and missiles, trenches and dugouts. Until now, the liberated areas up the Dnieper, locating the late city and hill forts and burial grounds are unavailable to be revised. However, according to scarce information from local residents, on some sites, Lvov, Chervony Mayak, Zmiyivka, etc., the invaders set up tank training grounds, which caused irreparable damage of the cultural layers. During the period of occupation of Chervony Mayak village, here you can see this beautiful archaeological complex, the late city and hill fort and necropolis. The base of late city and archaeological expedition headed by yours truly, that's our estate, you can see. So the base was looted and completely destroyed by Russian soldiers. Here you can see the ruins of our houses, our base of our expedition. Now, the right bank of Dnieper in Kherson region is suffering of continuous shelling from the left bank. You can see this red points. Taking into account that late Scythian sites, hill forts, and burial grounds are located on very shore of Kakhovka Reservoir, here green points, green dots, points the late Scythian sites. They certainly suffer from missiles and artillery fire. As soon as permission of militaries would received, we will begin monitoring this part of region. In total, according to preliminary data, 431 archaeological sites were damaged or destroyed in Kherson region. It shouldn't be forgotten that practically all territory south and east of Dnieper, part of Kherson and Zaporozhye region, this pink color, is still occupied by Russian barbarians. The Museum of Melitopol and Mariupol were plundered. Probably numerous burial mounds of the region were destroyed. I have no exact information, I'm sorry. Accurate data of losses can appear only after the occupation of the territory, only after the occupation. Russian aggression has caused irreparable damage to the cultural heritage of southern Ukraine. And as if possible to return the materials stolen from museums, that it's already impossible to restore the demolished archaeological sites. Russia has destroyed not only Ukrainian cultural heritage, it has damaged the culture of all mankind, and must be held accountable for this. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Alexander. That was worth waiting for, and a very strong message from you at the end there, which I think we all appreciate. I think we will move straight on, if that's okay, and perhaps get some more questions in a bit later. So our next paper is from Professor Dmitry Kiosak from the Department of Archaeology and Ethnology of Ukraine, Odessa National University, and Dr. Anzelika Kolesenchenko, Institute of Archaeology, the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And they're going to talk about the Kardashinsky Bog and the Yahorlik settlement projects interrupted by the Russian invasion. Thank you, Dmitry.
Good day. Let me shift to my presentation. So I'm going to propose a bit another perspective and talk, let's say, with down-top approach and present several regular archaeological projects that were affected by Russian invasion and let's say from a perspective of regular archaeological work. There will be two case studies. One is the project of mine, of Professor Nadia Kotova from Kiev Institute of Archaeology and Bern University archaeologists and pollen analysts led by Professor Willy Tiner and Professor Ebbe Nielsen. And the second one is a project of my co-author, Anzelika Kolesnichenko, on the Yahorlik classic Greek site, jointly with colleagues from Portugal and from Italy, from universities of Évora and Turin. So for the first project, the problem of the project is agricultural settlement of steppe. Steppe is a very peculiar environment, quite harsh for certain types of human adaptation, like agriculture or farming, and quite fruitful for another types like nomadism and related herding. So the problem of the project was to look for the first colonizations in steppe. The research was focused on this region, let's say southern parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, where agriculture is difficult, if not made in an intensive way, with irrigation and small plots for gardening, not regular large fields for wheat. Agriculture is difficult even nowadays there. It's quite a low territory, lowland and flat. It has soils difficult to work with, like short profile Chernozems of southern type, sands, humified sands, and salted soils, solonate type soils nowadays. So our expedition did several archaeological excavations centered on multi-layered sites covering, let's say, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, from 8th till 4th millennium BC, like Kamienna Mohyla 1 and Melnicha Krucha, and some other sites nearby. But as well, we did a lot of interdisciplinary investigations characterization of lithic outcrops, paleopedological research, radiocarbon dating, but mostly the main proxy is pollen cores, and we tried to see human impact traces in this course. But doing pollen on archaeological sites is always subjected to reasonable doubt whether it's human-induced or natural. So we were looking for a nice nice pollen sequence, and found it published by Professor Kremenetsky in 1995, the bog of Kardashinsky, in the immediately south of Dnieper mouth over there. Here is our main archaeological site, Kamienna Mohyla, and it's about 200 kilometers one from another. So that's how we found our coring place. Channel in the bog was cleaned by some technique, exposing about 4 meters of peat sediments in its wall. Yeah, here is uncleaned channel, and that's the channel which was cleaned. So Swiss team took a pair of pollen cores by hammer-enhanced coring, which resulted in a combined master pollen core some 4 meters deep. Here a section of it, nice sediments, layered, unfortunately not laminated, just layered, with a good preservation of pollen. The project brought several important results. Like the chronology of the core was fine-tuned with 15 new AMS dates. For certain sections of interest, Swiss pollen specialists were able to do a very, very fine resolution, each centimeter. They studied each centimeter of the core. The sections of interest were episodes of agricultural activity defined as maxima of cerealia type pollen distribution, as well as maxima of distribution of cultural indicators, wheat plants growing alongside plots and fields like Plantago lanceolata and Rumix species. Undoubtful agricultural activity occurred in 2nd millennium BC in the Bronze Age, but there were several recurring episodes of agricultural activity before this undoubtful situation. The most interesting is the earliest one, which is dated to around 5,700, 5,500 BC. Unfortunately, the available material, available samples are not enough to be sure, to state with certainty that agriculture came to southern Kherson region that early. And it could be extremely profitable looking for additional paleoclimatic archives nearby. However, the Russian invasion hampered any possibilities to cross-check the obtained data, to compare them with another sequence, for example, from multiple lakes of the region. The research on archaeological sites situated close to Kardashinsky would be also quite fruitful. There are several sites attributed to Neolithic period known from obscure evidence of 30s just mentioned in the literature. But Russian invasion made it completely impossible. So let me turn to another project. It relates to plant ash glass of 6th century BC found in the burials of Scythians and other indigenous groups in the hinterland of Eastern and even Central Europe in Poland by Professor Purowski In 6th century BC, in the Mediterranean world, glass was done mostly from using natron as a flux. It was a centralized production with primary workshops known only in Egypt and in the Near East, while everywhere else glass was only worked in the secondary workshops. So finds of glass of another recipe raises evident and very interesting scientific question. Was it locally produced? And chemical composition of this glass resembles plant ashes obtained from a plant which loves salted terrains, Salicornia, quite abundant in the southern Kherson region. So we shifted our attention to Yagorlik site over there, close to Kardashinsky, also in southern Kherson region, well known from works of 70s by Anatoly Ostroverkhov and Sergei Buysky. Here is the site. The project consisted in 3 components: in revision of the old collection, modern archaeometry, and field work on the site itself. Here are the bits which were produced on the site. Some of them are plant ash bits, some of them are made with natron as a flux. The site yielded abundant glass working evidence. Crucibles covered with melted glass, potsherds with glassy walls, frits and slacks, as well as semi-worked bits. Modern archaeometry was done on selection of bits, selection of glass working evidence, and also on samples of local sands to see whether this sands can be a raw material for making glass on place. And some sands suit well, especially with rare earth elements analysis. At least 2 varieties of sands could be responsible, could be raw material for making some, not all, plant ash glass bits found on this site, and also in those burials which I mentioned at the very beginning, situated quite far away from the coast of the Black Sea, some hundreds of kilometers. Our fieldwork was able to locate a furnace of oval shaped, made of clay, damaged by robber's pit. That's how we found it, in fact. Here is a plan of it. It can be conventionally, very hypothetically reconstructed as a furnace of this type. Its interpretation is yet unclear. I do not know what was done in this furnace. It is situated outside any dwelling structure, but we have not found any drops of metal or pieces of heated glass nearby. So, but the very existence of this furnace gave us for a short period of time a hope that new glassworking facilities have survived on the Yagorlik site, that we are able to study them, and then study them with modern archaeometric methods. Unfortunately, Russian invasion again has broken these hopes. Old collection of Yagorlik was kept in the Kherson Regional Museum, which was heavily looted by Russians. And in the previous report, you have seen graphical evidence of this. Professor Simonenko told that the bulk of bits was stolen from museum, and bits in the museum were coming mostly from this Yagorlik settlement. Yagorlik site itself was crossed by a fortification line of Russian militaries. And now Ukrainian and militaries and Russian army are carrying out artillery duels in the immediate vicinity of the site. Our joint project was put on pause while our partners shifted their attention to other less damaged sites from more secure countries like Poland or Moldova. So perspectives for further research consist in the hopes for liberation of these regions. Perspectives for our further research are opened by Ukrainian army trying to liberate these regions from Russian occupation. And finally, let me share several angry, let's say, red thoughts which came to my mind due to this situation. First of all, damage already done. There was a direct destruction of cultural heritage by military action. Connections are interrupted and projects postponed for an infinite time. Organized looting of museums has happened on excessively large scale. I had talks with some colleagues, also British, who participated in the joint projects with Russian scientists, and they were complaining that now these projects are interrupted due to sanctions. I would like to say that we Ukrainian archaeologists, we are hit more than any sanctions could hit anyone. It already happened with us without any sanctions. So I believe sanctions are poor remedy, let's say, poor conciliation for this situation. We can expect organized looting of archaeological sites because we know that appropriation of cultural heritage, for example, in Crimea or in the eastern Ukraine, was organized by a Russian state since 2014. I would like to underline that any research on the occupied site is illegal. Ukrainian Ministry of Culture is the only legitimate body that is able to administer these sites. And thus, material and scientific results from such a research should be treated as looted by scientific community. Looters from Hermitage, it's quite possible. Educated outlook, educated appearance of looters should not mask the correct definition of their activity, which in this case is looting. And let's say positive final idea, which is in fact a call for technical and methodological help, because what can we do now? We saw that technical inabilities limited our possibilities to finish the projects with meaningful, complete results. So we would like to call for technical and methodical collaboration in research on Ukrainian sites with a focus on digitization of the collections from occupied sites and remote monitoring of their current state when it will be possible, because nowadays any flying object is a military target in this region. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for being angry at the end, but the situation is like this.
Thank you, Dimitri, and I think we all understand your anger, and thank you for those case studies, because it's a good example of another aspect where you can't get on with your research, but you're also witnessing museums being looted and your finds being destroyed. Thank you for that. I think as we've caught up with time, we will carry on, but please do stay there because hopefully we'll get some questions in before the end of the morning. So our next speaker is Simon Radchenko, who's a Ukrainian PhD student at the University of Turin in Italy. And he's going to talk about the unknown and endangered rock art site of Kamyana Mohyla in the currently occupied part of southeastern Ukraine. Apologies for my pronunciation, but another case study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? Do you see the screen? Everything's okay?
It's okay. Let's see.
Great, thank you. So my name is Simon Radchenko, and I'm doing my PhD on studying Ukrainian rock art. Now, today I will present the site of Kam'yana Mohyla in southeastern Ukraine, which I find very, not only very important and unique among Ukrainian prehistoric sites, but also very representative of what's happening with Ukrainian heritage today, or what will happen soon at some place. What is already happening depends on the geographic location. The Kam'yana Mohyla and the story I will tell now is located here in the southeastern part of the country in Zaporizhia region. It is on the border of the Eurasian steppe belt and on the border of steppe zone, and this is the largest and largest rock art location in 1,000 kilometers round, and the only big rock art location in Eastern Europe in general. That's why it is unique and important. In terms of military geography, it is in the heart of lands that were occupied quite quickly at the beginning of the war. And this, on the one hand, means that site is occupied for a long time, and it is serves the settlement nearby serves as a location to place Russian forces. And on the other hand, there are no battlefields there, so it survived the initial stage of Russian invasion. We would like it to stay like this in a good state, but it is definitely in danger. So why the site is important? Because Kam'yana Mohyla is not the one archaeological site, is the whole cultural landscape featured with number of settlements, multi-layered and regular settlements, and burial complexes located on the very small area. And this all is centered, is focused on the sandstone hill of Kam'yana Mohyla, the rock art site, which is the direct subject of my study. This site is the tension center for many archaeological groups that inhabited the area for centuries, and there are literally hundreds of archaeological objects there, starting from Upper Paleolithic and up to the modern age. And this is extremely unique situation for our country and for Eastern Europe in general. The site is an accumulation of sandstone slabs that used to be one or two, like a few of them, and then were cracking, fracturing, and breaking off to create a hollows and be filled with sand and sandstone. Some hollows are creating the caves or grottos, and this is the perfect place to locate the prehistoric art. This image gives a proper notion of scale. The hill is 100 meters long, 150 meters wide, and some of 20 meters high. In general, we know about 68 locations featured with parietal art, portable art, both cave art or exposed objects. Over 1,000 engravings, and this is a very, very approximate number since we really don't have a proper digitization of all the site. The assumed time span for these instances is from Pleistocene to 20th century, and it is known since 1893. So it was long ago when we discovered this rock art, and we studied it in several iterations, and still a lot of things needs to be done here. These 68 locations I'm showing here are mostly non-presented as in a good way of recording and presentation. So we really need to work harder on that. Further on, I will show what the site is and then tell a few words about its state during the war. So the most iconic and most considerable objects of rock art here might belong to two different contexts. It might be what I roughly call Eastern context or Western context. This one is the Iron Age engravings of Sarmatian Tangas, attributed back to 2nd century BC, and they are good representatives of Eastern context, since Sarmatian came to Ukraine from the East. Another object of this kind is the asset of Neolithic blocks from the so-called Bull's Cave, or cave number 9. Neolithic here means the second half of 4th millennium before current era, and this is represented in several highly naturalistic figurative images of horses, mostly bulls, that engraved in a silhouette protrusions inside the caves. Sometimes these are covered with ochre and featured or imposed with cup marks, and these objects are of a perfect visual matters. Firstly, they were attributed to Upper Paleolithic according to the existed tradition, but now with digital study, with the proper photogrammetric study, and the re-evaluation of their surface, we know more about technology, we know more about the relative chronology, and this gives us more clue on the chronological attribution. The most well-known instance here would be this image of a bull that used to be considered as a mammoth during Soviet Union with the trunk, but the digital studies show that what is considered to be a trunk is in fact a linear engraving featured with some accidents during the production, and the ochre coverage is an artificial issue reconstruction made during last century. So the re-examination, re-evaluation of the surface, our digital studies show that this is actually attributed to late Neolithic, and this finds numerous parallels in burial constructions in Ukraine, like this image in lower left, or in cellular figurines found in microbe culture of southeastern Russia, or mostly in rock art of Kazakhstan. And the engravings represent different kind of bulls, mostly in charging position with their horns pointed forward. And all this data set is chronologically attributed to 3600-3200 BC, according to the data from burial sites, from Neolithic burial sites, and these parallels. But as there are some cup marks and engravings covered with ochre, we still have an opportunity for direct dating of this rock art, which would be a very interesting connection between European rock art and so poorly known Central Asian rock art. The third specimen, the third asset, is the local Eastern European context. That's the Mesolithic context attributed back from 10th to 6th millennia BC, and in general, it is about the fish or river-oriented societies in the region. This particular sculpture is from the Dragon's Cave, or so-called cave number 55. And our digital studies show that the first phase of the engraving, which is the zigzags and horizontal vertical lines production, is all superimposed by later stages like sandal and some other linear engravings made by metal tools. But this first phase finds the ornamental parallels in the ornamentation of bone and stone tools from the late Mesolithic of the region, when the inhabitants of riverbanks, large rivers like Dnipro, might be Danube, Don, were mostly dealing with fishing production and river-oriented economy. They engraved double zigzags on their tools and on their rock art as well. And this is something we are seeing on the settlement nearby, the Kamena Mikhila one, which is featured with numerous shell middens dated back to late Mesolithic and flint figurines of a fish, and even the portable stones similar to those found in other caves from Kamena Mikhila. So we know that this archaeological context, late Mesolithic, is connected to the possible late Mesolithic rock art context on the site, and this is more or less solid attribution, not datation still, but quite a good example of local rock art tradition there. And fourth case is the possible upper Paleolithic objects that used to be considered to be presented on Kamena Mohyla. This is both for parietal objects and portable ones. But again, our last digital study shows that there are no figurative evidences of upper Paleolithic rock art and no any other solid evidence to consider this rock art as Pleistocene one. It might be, but we can't prove it for sure. So this is the story that still needs to be elaborated further. But we have this asset and we want to study it properly. And the site is representative and very sound for all Ukrainian cultural heritage for several aspects. First, Ukraine is very large and rich with archaeological heritage country. And there's a lot of context and attribution issues for Kamena Mohyla site in first, and for many other Ukrainian archaeological sites. There's simply too much of everything. We don't have time, and sometimes we don't have resource to study every single object of cultural heritage that deserves to be protected. And now this is crucial since they are being destroyed. Third issue is the location, and we are really not lucky with the neighbor country we have, which puts this word in the cultural heritage of world importance at risk. And fourth one, the one I try to deal with, is the poor level of digitization and digital study of cultural heritage. Regarding the location, I shall just say that the military importance of Kamena Mohyla is known since 19th century or even 18th century Russian-Turkish wars, and then has been enhanced during World War II. We know that there are some trenches presented from that time, and in general, this is a good place to defend. With a river, with the landscape features, it might be a great battlefield. And I hope that when the time of the occupation of the Zaporizhia region, and this region in particular, will come, the damage to the site will not be tremendous. Though I really think that what Paolo Szydłowski showed in his first report is what we will see on this site in several months, unfortunately. And also, though there was some news and probably mistaken news about mining and bombing on Kamena Mohyla, we know now that the site is all right, but it's prepared to be re-signed to one of Russian national reserves. In fact, this Kersnasos reserve in Crimea, which is act as pro-Russian, though it's located on the occupied territories. And even if the site will survive the Russian occupation, we might be sure that it will be looted by either Russian authorities or Russian cultural heritage experts, so-called experts, or just by marauders. So the worst is still ahead for this region and these objects. The one thing I can do is advance in terms of digitization of the site. On Kamena Mohyla, almost nothing is studied digitally, and we had huge issues with the proper study according to the state of the art. Only 80 3D models is done so far in the course of my PhD project, and this work is going slowly and tediously because it is novel to the region. In fact, Ukraine almost don't have the experts that would join the expertise in technologies and cultural heritage, so it would be really interdisciplinary to provide the proper level of cultural heritage preservation. Also, we don't have an equipment for that, and we really need to hurry up with digitization. That's what Dmitro told in the end of his report just now, that we need to carry about this now while we can. To do that, we established a small fundraising campaign and purchased a laser scanner, and there's only one, which is ridiculously not enough, but much more than nothing that what we had year before. And with the scanner, we work on creating the methodological protocol that would be sufficient and a good low-cost solution that would be reapproachable to cultural heritage experts in Ukraine, and will provide us with resources for digitizing Ukrainian cultural heritage. We have enough knowledge to create the interdisciplinary team and to share this knowledge to create the protocol, but we really lack operational, technological, and financial capacity. And right now, the team is working in Archaeological Museum of Kyiv National University of Taras Shevchenko, and we are about ready to present the protocol, present the methodology, and work with our models effectively. So the digitization of Ukrainian heritage finally started. Thank you for attention. That's it.
Thank you, Simon, and for showing us that wonderful rock art. I'm learning quite a lot about Ukrainian archaeology in general this morning. And for those of us old enough to have done rescue archaeology, that's a very telling phrase that we all used to have. Once it's gone, it's gone. So we understand all of that as well. But thank you very much. I think we will press on and, as I say, hopefully get some questions in later. So thank you. So we're moving on to Dr. Krylo Mishin, Scientific Adjunct at the Faculty of Archaeology at the University of Warsaw. And he's going to talk about 3 sides of the coin, ancient numismatics in Ukraine during the war. So thank you. We can see you there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you see and hear me well. And can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the idea of this symposium. Today, the interest and support of the world community in preserving Ukraine's cultural heritage, which is now the greater danger, is undoubtedly significant. So, I'm sincerely grateful for your support. So, my presentation, despite it's a absolutely other point of view on this problem, it's only about a tiny element of the cultural heritage of Ukraine. However, it's just as important to talk about it as it helps to understand the general state of this problem. So the unusual title, 3 sides of the coins, of my presentation shows how complicated the situation is. So I just start my presentation. How is really complicated the situation? Of course, oh, sorry, something happened. Just a moment. I need to start my presentation. Just a moment. Something happened with my laptop, of course, and there's some important moment. I'm sorry for this technical problems. Okay, just a moment, please. Sorry. Just a moment.
Спочатку була презентація, її було видно.
Зараз я гадаю, що зараз.
О, є, окей.
Зараз видно, так?
Так, з'явилося.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for this technical issues. Of course, the contrary of conventional wisdom, It is evident to the numismatists that the coins always has three sides: the obverse, the reverse, and the range. However, I really like triangular coins better, like this Cook Islands issue. Actually, my presentation, my presentation, I would talk about the three sides of the coin. I mean, the three phenomena of numismatics during the war. There are the condition of numismatic collection in Ukrainian museums, treasure hunting and the coin market, and smuggling of the coins abroad. So let us start with a rather complicated problem of numismatic collections in Ukrainian museums under war condition. I have illustrated the side of the coin with an issue of the Vatican devoted to the war in Ukraine. First of all, I must say that the history of antiquity collection in Ukraine is vibrant, but at the same time very complex. As for the numismatic collections, the largest museum collections in Kiev, Lviv, Kharkiv, and Odessa were formed starting in the 18th and 19th century. However, almost all of them were severely damaged during the Second World War, and some collections, such as the numismatic cabinet in Kharkiv, almost ceased to exist. Modern numismatic collections in Ukraine began to form anew in the second half of the 20th century. Today, there are several large numismatic collections in the National Museum of History of Ukraine in Kiev, with more than 130,000 coins, Lviv Historical Museum, Odessa Archaeological Museum, Chernihiv Local Lore Museum, a historical museum in Kharkiv, and so on. Unfortunately, the war remains one of the main dangers of Ukraine museums. Today, we have already talked about how they suffered during the war. It can be complete destruction of a museum, as in the case the local lore museum in Ochtyrka. They can be also partially destroyed and looted by Russian occupants, as in the case of the Mariupol and other Melitopol museums, was mentioned today, or museums were simply partially looted. Talking about that, professors Alexander Simonenko, like in the museum in Kherson, where all the coins from the exhibit were stolen. For a deeper study of the situation, I created a small questionnaire consisting of 8 questions concerning the numismatic collection in some Ukrainian museums during the war. I selected 6 museums, mostly in cities under active Russian shelling. There are Kiev, Odessa, Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv museum. Of course, I regret that I could not interview museums from south part of Ukraine, for example, from Zaporizhia, Kherson, Mykolaiv, etc., as I had insufficient time and no direct contacts. However, on my opinion, I got a sufficient picture to understand the main trends. So, briefly about the result of survey for each of the questions. First, my question was about the current state of the numismatic collection in these museums. As you can see, thank God, they are all safe. Also, almost none of the collection were damaged after February 24, except for the collection of the Archaeological Museum of Kharkiv University due to an accident caused by shelling. Water got into the collection, but the coins have now been dried and are safe. When I asked about the evacuation of coins, in only 2 cases have the collection been evacuated, but in 3 cases not, or the collection is in preparation for evacuation. In the case of preparation for evacuation, the main problem was the need of sufficient packing material. Of course, the quick preparation and evacuation of the collection at the National Museum of the History of Ukraine were absolutely heroic. The only museum that had no problems with evacuation was the Kharkiv Historical Museum. When asked about the assistance needed to preserve the collections, most replied that the needed packing materials or special storage boxes. I got a more detailed answer from the Odessa Museum, which has enough packing material, but needs, for example, IT specialists and just the financial support of the staff. In other words, help is coming to that museum, but there is risk that there will not be staff that let to apply for that help. So about the digitalization of numismatic collection remains very pressing. Either a small part of the collection have been digitalized or the collections still need to be digitalized. In answer to the question of how the war affected the registration and preservation of collections, half of the museums did not influence at all, and their actions were correct. In contrast, the other half gained experience during the war. Finally, we can see that only the National Museum of the History of Ukraine is actively expanding its numismatic collection. At the same time, the other museum either did not receive new coins or received them in insignificant numbers. So there's main results of my small research, small survive. I think so numismatic collection, as you can see, in the survived new museums are safe and some have been evacuated. There is a need for packing materials as well as special storage boxes. The digitalization of the collection is just beginning and needs technical support, and museums have a great deal of experience in dealing with extreme situations. So I think it is important to understand what kind of help is most relevant now. The next side of the coin is treasure hunting. And coin market. The DALL-E artificial intelligence system generated this picture for my query, treasure hunting. I have no idea why it turned out to be so funny. Is it no fun at all for researchers? Unfortunately, the reality looks something like that. Moreover, it can be called a catastrophe. The catastrophe is over 2 decades old and looks like a delayed explosion. It generally reminds me of the Big Bang theory, a phenomenon that is permanent in nature and even when its boundaries are being expanded. I think many of you are wondering how many detectors are there in Ukraine. An approximate answer is given by an English researcher, Dr. Samuel Andrew Hardy, a cultural, as well as I know, cultural property criminologist currently working at the Norwegian Institute in Rome. This answer is contained in his paper, Black Archaeology in Eastern Europe. So Dr. Hardy, relying on several sources, wrote about more than 26,000 illegal detectors in Ukraine, which means that to at least 26,000. That as of 2017, there was one detectorist for every 1,706 people. Compared to other European countries, this is indeed a catastrophic figure. Of course, the next natural question is how many legal detectors there are in Ukraine. That is how many archaeologists work in Ukraine. This figure is no less catastrophic. In total, about 300. That is at least for 87 detectorists, there is only one archaeologist, and the war has also had an impact on this number. Nevertheless, the findings of the detectorists are often the only source of the information about new finds, and recording of these finds has radically changed many areas of archaeology and numismatics. This is one very characteristic example, dynamics of registration of Roman coin finds in Eastern Europe. We can see a sharp increase in information about new finds of Roman coins. It seems that this vector is directed to infinity. And all of this is direct, of course, result of the era of metal detectors. So, but I think it's an quite international phenomena. So we can see a similar situation in Denmark or in England concerning to the data from the portable antiquity scheme. This catastrophe caused another catastrophe. I mean the sale of antiquities in Ukraine. The leading web resource in Ukraine where the information about funds is published and then the funds are sold is the Violet website. It consists of a forum and auction site. In 2017, according to Dr. Hardy, there were at least 220,000 users on the resource. For comparison, we can take collection of the main museum in Ukraine, the National Museum of the History of Ukraine. And according to Karpenko and Levada data, in September 2017, in just one day, the Violet auction put up for sale the equivalent of 2.8% of the volume of this museum. The last and very typical and shocking example, I will not comment on it unnecessarily, everything is clear. On March 12, 2016, a treasure hunter with the nickname Rex reported, over 3 years I have found 9 aurea. I used the 10th one as a K-air ring. Yes, it's a really shocking content for cultural heritage. Almost 4 years later, this unique coin was sold in Ukraine for 2,500 euros. How has the war affected treasure hunting and the coin market in Ukraine? Below, I will present some of my observations. During the first weeks of the war, February-March 2022, treasure hunters' activity was minimal. At the same time, in areas that were under occupation or located in an active war zone, treasure hunting almost disappeared. But in other areas, the treasure hunting activity returned to its pre-war level already in June-July 2022. Concerning coin markets, during the first weeks of the war, general activity in the antiquities market dropped drastically, but was almost back to the pre-war level by the summer of 2022. Currently, due to the economic crisis, some categories of artifacts and in activity are higher than before February 24. Private collections, gold, and rare objects are more frequently being sold. Unfortunately, there are known cases of private collection destroyed during bombings and rocket attacks and their relocation to other cities within Ukraine. What is interesting, there are cases of collection being buried in the ground, so like in the ancient times. So finally, let us look at the third side of the coin smuggling. I have illustrated this with one picture of one of the typical ways of smuggling coins in shoes. And this particular case took place 2 years ago at the Moldavian-Ukrainian border. The most developed European ancient coin market related with the coins of the ancient Greek cities of the North Black Sea region. So in this case, it is easy to say that there are definitely smuggling coins. These coins are from Ukraine, from Crimea, or the Mykolaiv or Odessa region. However, when they discovered, after all, they could be 18th or 19th century collection. Nevertheless, I have more faith that they are modern finds. This is illustrated by one very characteristic example. In mid-June 2022, 2,500 coins from ancient Greek cities of the Northern Black Sea area in Kiev were found in the office of the former premier of Crimea, Valery Gorbatov. Police officials believed they were prepared for transfer abroad. These coins were packaged as if they were waiting to be shipped abroad. This is a very recent example. Just a few days ago, in early February 2023, the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine revealed a unique belt set from Roman times and collection of coins. There is also a reason to believe that these coins and other artifacts were prepared for sale abroad. At one time, I managed to compile a list of auctions where recorded the sale of various artifacts, while primarily coins from Ukraine. You see only some of these auctions. Some examples that have come to light. For example, the Swiss auction house Loy Numismatic sold 3 collection of gold barbarian imitation not too long ago. The total price of this collection is over 700,000 euros. The auction owners describe these coins as originating from the legitimate sources. In principle, if a reputable auction writes so, one would believe it, but all of these finds were at one time first published on the Violity website and have been accounted for in special Ukrainian database. Where I'm certain that these coins originate from Ukraine, meaning that they were subsequently smuggled abroad. Almost of all them were sold at the Ukraine auction of Violity, which confirmed the fact of their origin from Ukraine. A very important workshop organized by UNESCO and the National Institute of Cultural Heritage of Poland took place in Warsaw almost a month ago. The event brought together representatives of the border services of Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary. It dealt with the fight against smuggling of Ukrainian cultural heritage, including coins. In particular, the most active methods of coin smuggling were identified as follows: dispatched by regular mail of couriers, passengers traveling on buses, trains, or planes, drivers of private vehicles, truck, or by drivers, illicit transfer of goods across border by drones. It's most recent method, and unfortunately some diplomatic channels. However, the war also made adjustments to this. Unfortunately, there is a possibility that a large number of private collections, including coin collections, were taken away by refugees in the early days of the war. The European market for ancient coins will probably react to this very soon. I would like to finish my presentation with the following. More than ever, Ukraine needs the support of our Western friends. Ukraine needs tanks, planes, weapons to defend itself against an aggressor. But Ukraine also needs your help in preserving its cultural heritage, in support of museums, and a response to the reaction of its cultural treasures and their sale in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. Oh, Maria, we have got Maria. Thank you. I think, well, we're just going to have an extra very short presentation and then we will take some questions. I appreciate we've been sitting for quite a long time, so if anybody does need to nip out, feel free, but do come back again. Well, we'll just check with, just got it loaded up for you. And then we'll get the grey buttons.
Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting me today, and thank you for squeezing me in at such short notice today. I think the talk, my few slides that I've got will really complement the speakers that we've had so far this morning. So a little bit of, one of the things that I noticed about the purpose of today's talk was about practical help, practical things that we can do here in the West to support our colleagues, our cultural heritage colleagues in Ukraine. And one of the things that I'm always surprised that many UK professionals are still not, heritage professionals are still not aware of, are the ICOM red lists. ICOM is the International Council of Museums. They have branches in most countries. There's a very active branch in the UK. There's a very active branch in Ukraine as well. The red lists are free to download. They're not limited to ICOM members. Anybody can access these lists. And the ICOM Red List for Ukraine was published at record speed. Normally they take several years to compile, but in this case it was compiled within 6 months of the full-scale war starting. So essentially red lists are categories of cultural heritage that are protected by legislation and vulnerable to illicit traffic. And as we've heard several times this morning already, there's so much heritage in Ukraine that is being looted, that is being smuggled out as well. The red lists actually are examples of artifacts that actually exist in museums in Ukraine already. So these are artifacts that are given as examples, but they're things that have been properly acquired and with good provenance. But they cover antiquities, they cover ethnographic materials, silver, many different materials, embroidery, many different items that are there. So as part of what we here in the UK can do to help our colleagues in Ukraine, please be aware of the red list. Please share the red lists with your colleagues. If you know people who work as auctioneers in other heritage organisations, either collectors or so on, please share these red lists, because now they've been published, that's no excuse to not know about these issues. Quickly moving on, as well, we talked about when it comes to practical support that we can give to our colleagues as well. We've already heard one of the speakers talk about the lack of packing and storage materials, especially at the beginning of the full-scale war. ICOM UK was one of many organisations that coordinated donations from museums and cultural organisations across the UK to send to our colleagues over in Ukraine. There is actually, we believe that there's enough goodwill here to send another shipment as well, so we'll be interested to find out if that's still required, because I'm sure that we can do that. We also organised a series of talks before Christmas on where we invited many speakers from Ukraine, from across the UK as well, to talk about practical things that they've been doing to support Ukraine as well. The talks are available for free. They're on the ICOM YouTube channel, so I do recommend that you watch those if you're able to. The talks were free to attend as well, but what we did was that we encouraged people to donate money to the ICOM Poland Fund. They are raising money to support professionals fleeing Ukraine. And then finally, 5 top tips for how can UK cultural heritage professionals, museum professionals help our colleagues in Ukraine. Obviously, at the top of that list is due diligence to prevent illicit trafficking. Check your provenance and make sure that the items in your collections have been acquired correctly. Offer professional development opportunities to cultural heritage professionals who have fled Ukraine. People who have had to leave their professional work behind, and they may be missing out on those professional development opportunities. Develop your decolonial practice. In other words, ensure your collections are accurately described and catalogued. Only this week, there's an example from the Met Museum in New York, where they have reattributed 2 paintings that were originally attributed to Russian artists. They have just been attributed to Ukrainian artists. So do check your collections. Diversify your collections. If you have a collection and you're responsible for a collection, make sure that your collections and displays represent all East European countries, not just Ukraine, not just former Soviet colonies, and don't assume that the description Soviet just equals Russia. Soviet means so many different countries. And finally, read about Ukraine, raise awareness of the need to protect its cultural heritage. Dziękuję, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being part of this talk, and Slava Ukraini.
Okay, folks, well, we've had some amazing talks. I'm very conscious we've had hardly any questions though, so I think we will take some. But again, if you do need to slip out and come back again, that's fine. We will be having lunch, which hasn't arrived yet, so that's another good reason for having questions. So I don't know if we can get our speakers back on screen, and I also wanted to ask John Hines, my co-organizer, whether he'd like to say anything about the morning session, if you're there, John.
I am indeed. I hope you can hear me. Well, it's been humbling, as well as very, very stimulating to hear this. I think the range of presentations that we've heard have been extremely informative for us. I've been sending notes of thanks to all of the speakers who have contributed just as a private point to be sent through there. I think the key thing is just how much we have learned from this, and I hope, without sounding patronizing, to just say how much one can admire the quality of the response, the determination to respond in a practical and as constructive a way as is possible in such, for us, so lucky we are, almost unthinkable circumstances, and to be able to speak about it with such calmness despite the obvious anger that really is felt over here. I can assure our colleagues in the Ukraine. So I would, at this point, simply thank everybody very much indeed for those contributions, and it is very, very much a credit to Ukrainian colleagues, the whole heritage sector over there. I would reiterate too the fact that we must all do everything we practically can, but not forgetting that a key part of that is simply continually restating our awareness and our support for our colleagues.
Thank you, John. So, yeah, I think we've got quite a lot of questions online. Perhaps we'll start with one or two of those. Thanks.
Someone on Zoom asks, has there never been a case of a Russian official or officer approaching local museums or archaeologists in occupied territories to establish an understanding about monument protection and safeguarding of collections?
Ah, right. Do we have anyone who would like to attempt to answer that? Have you ever been approached by the Russian officials? I don't know if we've still got Pavlov. Have we? Of course, our Ukrainian colleagues are 2 hours ahead of us, so I know we were losing some of them for the afternoon session.
Honestly, if I may, honestly, I think it's of course we never know it, but I think it's true that they had full of Russian propaganda. So it's unfortunately it's impossible to positive answer from such Russian officials. Unfortunately.
Thank you. And I can see Esther Bamfy's got her hand up. We're going to hear from Esther later on, but
yes, thank you. I would like to somehow complete this question with a very specific one. We've got a report at the newspaper that Nikolai Andreevich, what was his name? The vice president of the Russian Academy. Yeah, Makarov, yes, Makarov, visited with a delegation of Russian archaeologists, or I don't know, parts of the academy, the Mariupol Museum, right after, a short time after it was reoccupied by the Russians. And this is a very delicate situation, of course, because we could say that he breached the Geneva Convention of urging archaeological activity in a conflict area. Do we know something about this, the result? Was it rather occupying? Was it propaganda? Was it something offered to help, or a mixture of those? Kirill, I don't know, or maybe Feder. Have you heard about this case? Can you expand? Because this is a very well highlighted event in both cases.
Thank you, for your question and for your point. But as for me, I never heard about it, unfortunately. No, probably a colleague of mine something know about it.
Fair enough. Thank you. We have another one online. Thanks.
Another one from Zoom. Does anyone know if the looting is officially organized or done by private individuals, and what is happening to the looted material?
Sorry, Annabelle, to what material? Regional?
To the looted material.
Looted material. Well, we've had quite a few examples of what people have shown us this morning. Anyone want to comment on that? I think we've obviously lost one or two of our people who were speaking.
I try to answer for this question. Nobody from us knows what will happen to looted objects. They are looted. That's all, you know. Nobody knows what is happening to them. Whether they come to Russian museums, probably. Whether they come to private collection, that most probably than to a museum. But unfortunately, nobody knows exactly.
Fair enough. Not very good news there. And another one, Annabelle?
Are Ukrainian colleagues adequately supported in gathering evidence for crimes of aggression or breaches of law of armed conflict by Russian forces?
Gosh. Gathering evidence of crimes. Well, I think, to be honest, most of the talks we've heard this morning have shown examples of that.
So as well as I know, it's just information from the last meeting in Warsaw, organized by UNESCO. The Prosecutor General Office of Ukraine is gathering such evidence. It's the full of but it's of course it's a very challenging. It's a very challenging and very dangerous. First of all, on this of the territories where battles, whereas war is active.
We're going to hear from a UNESCO colleague this afternoon.
Yeah.
I was conscious there was somebody in the room that we didn't get to earlier on.
I will try to answer for this question.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay,
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You see, legally, the heritage problems is a area of Ministry of Culture and Policy, Informational Policy of Ukraine. And in fact, for the moment, this ministry mostly focused on the visible objects. So they created a chatbot when everybody can fix the damaged architectural or art objects which was damaged by war, and to send, and that's why they create such a database, mostly based on these evidences as a photography and so on. But there's a problem that there is no absolutely any state projects or any state program about archaeology that not visible. We have several meetings with representatives of Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, but For the moment, our activity for the monitoring of the state of archaeological objects is not supported with this for the state. That's absolutely initiative from several scientific and non-governmental organizations, but they are not included in any state program. In fact, you see, to fixate, to register the damage for the site, we need to prove that here is the site, because mostly of these not visible archaeological sites are not registered at all. We can find them only during the process of monitoring. And that is why we have the connections with the national police, and we do the documents about the damage in the private manner, in a private manner, when the head of expedition or member of expedition made a document about the registering of the war crime for the archaeological site. But there is no any state program at all for the moment.
Thank you. It's good to know, or interesting to know. Was this, did you want to ask a question? No, it's okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Anyone else in the room? Burning question before lunch. Oh, could you have the mic? Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Mikolai Pachkayo. I have this question. I'm aware that the Ukrainian army has a very good instruction from 2017, which speaks about objects of historical and cultural value and protecting them, and with convention designations, such as 1954 convention and even the 1907, the 9th convention in terms of naval bombardment, etc. So my question is twofold. One is, has the Ukrainian government finished or actually implemented a program of installing the convention emblems on those sites that are actually registered as objects of historical value? And second is there any evidence, such as from the Ukrainian media, that any such designations and marking has affected any military decisions on the ground? Thank you.
So the second one was the media, and the first one was what help there is in Ukraine itself. Is that right? Yeah. Anyone want to answer? No, who we haven't. Well, Alexandra, you're actually in Ukraine, aren't you? But not sure. Anyone's.
Unfortunately, I have no information. I would like to answer, but I really, I think nobody of us, any of us any information about your first question. Probably, I don't know. Probably a colleague to correct me.
By Hague Convention, the state have to organize inside its military forces the detachments which care about cultural heritage. For the moment in Ukraine, there is no any detachment inside military bloc which will be responsible for the cultural heritage protection and recognizing some cultural heritage values.
Thank you, Pablo.
But in fact, the recognizing as a historical or cultural value can be a target for the enemy. in fact. Because our enemy don't follow any international laws at all. And that is why to mark some architectural or archaeological monuments as a cultural value, it can be dangerous for these monuments, first of all.
Thank you, Pablo. Right, folks, well, we've had quite an intense morning, so I think we will pause there to have our lunch. Oh, I do apologize. There is one more question in the room. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Lyudmila Pekarska, the Shevchenko Library and Archive in London. First of all, many thanks to all the speakers for very interesting presentations. It's obviously that academic and cultural institutions in Ukraine have a very good contact with Western institutions. And my question is any institution in Ukraine following what is appearing here on Western auctions for sale from Ukrainian territory? And what would be the best person or institution to contact about that? Thank you.
So personally, I have no such information. If some institution, but probably I not understand your question clear.
I thought there were American colleagues who were watching all the auctions, and but I don't know the institution, I'm afraid. But I did see one presentation that implied that people are monitoring what turns up in the auctions.
Yeah, in Ukraine, we have such person who monitor the auctions. But I really don't know if it's working on the West countries, West institution. But it's a good idea. Except me, because I live in last 7.5 years out of Ukraine. So I monitor such auctions. But what about the other people? I have no information, unfortunately. So, but we need it. We really need in such support to looking for some stolen things, stolen by Russians or stolen by black archaeologists, detectorists. Really needed.
Because illicit trade is a big subject.
I would like to add.
Oh, okay.
I would like to add. We are monitoring the auction sites. Sure.
Yeah.
And we are doing as a personally and both officially. But we have no any contacts with auctions, so that's our ethic policy, you know.
No, just one moment. I'm trying to contact with Loy numismatic auction for last 2 years about the situation with the coins. So with this evidently Ukraine funds, but I only once I received a response from the Loy numismatics, and very official and without hands. So yeah, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, so I think we need in chat we are just discussed this situation, and Catriona Kelly wrote that maybe the professional and mainstream press can help publicize this. So I just hope for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. I think we really will draw to a close, folks. Thank you very much. But so hopefully you'll join us online again at 2 p.m. our time. And I think for some of you, that would be 4 p.m. People in the room, we do have lunch for you, but please be back in very good time for our keynote address by the director of the National Museum of the History of Ukraine, Dr. Fidir Andrushuk, who is with us in person, I'm delighted to say. And thank you very much, and a huge thank you to our speakers and our friends at the back doing the technology. I think most of it worked. Thank you.
years ago.
much, John. Good. Right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you're suitably enjoyed your lunch. Thank you. And we're going to start the afternoon proceedings. So I've asked Professor John Hines if he would introduce our keynote speaker. So is that okay, John? Are you there?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me perfectly okay there?
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh dear. Right. I'm simply going to plug in a microphone, okay?
Sorry. Sorry, John, we can't hear you yet. Is it not? Oh. Okay. Oh.
Okay, can you hear me in the room now?
Yes, yes. So,
and everyone online can hear me too. Yeah. Great. Yeah, so there we are. It's even from Wales, we can have these problems. Well, to move back to the very serious business of this meeting, of course, it is very much a duty of us all to care. It's a duty of us all to inform ourselves, and then it's very much a duty of us to do everything we can about the abuse of cultural heritage when that is part of a wider programme of violence and brutality. And it's a great privilege for the Society of Antiquaries of London, of which I'm currently the Vice President, to be able to put its own weight and history behind this dissemination, and not least to be using its very special position centred in London as it is to disseminate this sort of understanding for an English-speaking world. It is really very, very good indeed that our next speaker has been able to join us in person this afternoon. The journey between Kiev and London is by no means an easy one now. The speaker is Fyodor Androshchuk. Fyodor Alexandrovich is a graduate of the Taras Shevchenko University of Kiev some 25 years ago now. Since then, in fact, over a period of just over 20 years, I think it is, his career developed in Sweden at Uppsala in the field of Viking studies, with a particular specialist on the Eastern connections of the Scandinavian world in the Viking period, which is very much the field within which my own specialist work and connections overlapped greatly with his. He returned to Kiev in 2021 to take up the post of director of the Nationalny Muzej Historii Ukrainy, the National History of, the National Museum of History of Ukraine. And it's a great pleasure now to ask him to address us on the serious subject of the museum in a state of war. So let me hand over to you, please, Fyodor.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference dedicated to the subject, cultural heritage at the target and victim of war, first-hand reports from Ukraine. Before discussing
current war and museums, I want to remind you that first threat independent Ukraine faced was 105 years ago. And at that time, the main targets of Russian attacks were architectural monuments and museum collections of the city of Kyiv. It is generally known that the concept of cultural heritage implies that some physical objects are associated or can be claimed as a legacy or symbols for a particular group of people. The rising, this idea is a prominent indication of growing cultural and national identity. In Ukraine, this process intensified in March-April 1917, when after the collapse of the Russian Empire, the Central Rada of Ukraine was established in Kyiv, and a special committee was organized to collect all information about places of housing, flags, and symbols of power of Ukrainian Cossacks. In September 1917, the list of claimed items from Russia was considerably updated and included icons and some ancient objects found with the territory of Ukraine. Some of these claims the Bolsheviks were ready to fulfill. However, further negotiations were frozen because the outbreak of war. On January 9th, 1918, the Central Rada pronounced the independence of the Ukrainian People Republics. On January 22nd, an army of Red Guards led by former Tsarist officer Mikhail Muravyov arrived and began to bombard the city with the heavy artillery from the opposite side of the Dnieper River. The purpose of this attack and its results can be described in own Muravyov's words, I quote, revolutionary revenge forced us to be merciless. I ordered artillery to hit the highest and richest palaces, churches, priests, monks. I firebombed Grushevsky Great House, and for 3 days and nights, it burns like a bright bonfire. Apart from the Grushevsky House, a number of architectural monuments, including those dated to the 11th and 12th century, were heavily damaged by Russian artillery. The remainder of this destruction in form of a shell was found recently during renovation of the wooden roof of this St. Xavier church located near to the cave monastery in Kyiv. So totally about 250 artillery hits damaged dozens of churches during 2 weeks of that January 1918. What was special about the Bolsheviks' obsession with the Grushevsky house? Mikhail Grushevsky was a professional historian and the author of the first coherent multi-volume history of Ukraine. Also, he was an active politician in the Ukrainian national movement, as well as the head of the Central Rada. He was the owner of the great residential house that he had built 10 years before in the so-called Ukrainian modernism style. The architecture and designer of this house was Vasil Krichevsky. He had an art studio and museum on the top floor. Also, Grushevsky had a private museum in the building with its Greek, Scythian, Sarmatian artifacts, and the library with its ancient manuscripts and some important unpublished books. As one scholar puts it, the most celebrated cultural center of Ukrainian Kyiv was burnt to ashes and its inhabitants scattered. Vasil Krichevsky with his family found temporary shelter in the city museum. In 1911, Illustrated History of Ukraine, the book written by Hrushevsky, was published both in Lviv and Kyiv. It was a richly decorated book with 400 illustrations, many of which were specifically made by Vasil Krichevsky. This was the first time when archaeological artifacts of the National Museum were professionally illustrated and integrated into first grand national narrative. This brings us to the issue: what role do museums, specifically national museums, play in war? Today, when Ukrainian independence faces the threat from Russia, cultural heritage is highly political and national security issue. In his historical essay, Vladimir Putin claims that Ukraine belonged to the historically Russian lands. That means that all Ukrainian museums are potentially considered as Russian cultural property and target for transferring the collections into Russia. This has been confirmed recently by transferring Grigory Potemkin monuments and his burial in Kherson, as well as the looting of collection of regional museums in Kherson, Melitopol, and Mariupol. But today, my intention is to tell you how National Museum of Ukraine is dealing with war and how war affects cultural life in Ukraine. For a better understanding of museum life during the past year, I have arranged my presentation in the form of a diary. I hope it will help you to refresh the order of events as well as the shifting activities of our museum. The museum is located in the heart of the city, in the vicinity of the so-called decision-making centers, according to Russian state propaganda. Therefore, when the war broke out of February 24th, it became clear that the museum, like the other buildings in the city, is completely unprotected against attacks from the air. We can see the consequences of such attacks at the Akhtirka Regional Museum in eastern Ukraine. In the first few days, we were relatively lucky because we found only 2 bullets that went from the windows and ended up on the floor. From the very beginning of the Russian attack, we have felt that fired rockets are the greatest danger for both the building of the museums and its collection. Therefore, we decided to dismantle and hide exhibits, first most valuable ones and then remaining ones. On that gray day, about 50 employees came to work. These were lawyers, guides, cashiers, technical personnel, and antiquarians. Some came with the children and pets. The dismantling of exhibits took place in several stages, depending on different materials. They were packed into boxes to be evacuated. Due to staff shortages and problems with the deliveries, the supply of food in the city's grocery stores has drastically deteriorated. We were forced to visit at least 3 different stores to buy something to eat for the dinner. During the first week of the invasion, many people left the city. The majority fled to Western Ukraine. Children and women moved further across the border to seek protection in Western countries. The prospects for the future are very unclear. First week, we had no contacts with the Ministry of Culture and clear instructions on what to do in such circumstances. And I found that international attention to the threatened cultural heritage would be the only viable possibility to get some help and support. On that night of February 25th, I sent a letter to my Scandinavian colleagues with a brief description of the situation at the museum. With their help, the letter was spread in the Scandinavian and on the international media. You can see some of these papers published. At the end of March, the Russian troops withdrew from Kyiv, and we had the opportunity to visit hot-hit places to collect some objects for our museum and document the Battle of Kyiv. Our employers visited Gostomel, Kazarovice, Berestanka, and Bucha. From the end of March, beginning of April, the city's municipal services took measures to protect the city's monuments. On April 18th, the first humanitarian aid arrived from Blue Shield, Denmark, with many imported materials. In the following 3 months, we received more than 10 tons of different types of materials for the storage and protection of museum objects, which we shared with a number of museums in eastern Ukraine. The state continued paying salaries and partially covering municipal costs, and we had to think about adapting our activity to the current circumstances. People started to return back to the city, some of them wondering if the museum was still open. When the exhibitions rooms were empty, we moved our activity to the museum's courtyard. This included guidings and various programs for children. You can see some of these activities here. With the remaining staff, we have initiated work on a new concept for our museum. At the same time, we continue to conduct some limited archaeological works. For example, in last July, we managed to identify the location of the so-called Kumeiki battle, which took place in 1647 between the Polish army and the Cossacks. It's situated in the Cherkasy area, at the south from Kyiv. At the end of May, we activated partially some exhibitions on the museum's first floor. We started with the installation called Invasion, the Kyiv Shot, dedicated to the defense of Kyiv from the Russian troops. In the center of the installation, a crossbow was placed that was depicted once on Kyiv's medieval coat of arms. The rest of the objects consisted of uniforms, weapons, personal belongings, alcohol, personal letters, and propagandistic instructions, which we have found. In June, the prosecutor office invited us to assist in the identification of the several thousand illegal archaeological objects seized from a corrupt Russian politician who fled to Russia, Crimean politician who fled to Russia. The result of this police effort was a selection of seized items presented in our museum on June 24th. On August 23rd, we opened an exhibition dedicated to the Day of the Ukrainian Flag. It presented a selection of flags used in different historical contexts and political events. On August 25, we opened the exhibition Saved in Ukraine in our treasury, which showed a selection of copies of evacuated objects, very good copies, actually. We proceed from the premise that National Museum's narrative includes not only important historical events, but also individuals. On September 8th, we opened an exhibition dedicated to Sergei Yermakov, a blind fashion designer and tailor. It was very good to have something which not war-related. I think it gives some object, I mean, some good things about future. The Crimean Tatars are an important part of Ukrainian population and culture. On October 31, we opened an exhibition on Crimean Tatar heritage in our treasury. It's mostly based on ethnographic materials from our and private collections. Most exhibition rooms in the museum's main buildings are still empty. Our goal is to acquire sufficient resources for the purchase of material, secure showcases, and activate the first floor of the museum, which will give place for an exhibition about ancient times. So far, we found a temporary solution to place copies of early medieval frescoes and mosaics along the walls, which we have borrowed from the Sophia Cathedral Museum in Kyiv. Very good copies made by conservators. On December 9th, we had arranged a guided tour for the employees of the Danish embassy in Kyiv. You can see they are watching it. Very old diagram. I think it was made 1969. First 3D reconstruction of early medieval Kyiv. Yes, and this is Danish ambassador Ole, Mr. Ole Mikkelsen, with the humanitarian help which we received in December. Already in the first days of invasion, the Nordic Museum in Stockholm became the main venue for collecting of charitable donation in support of Ukrainian cultural heritage, and specifically to get help for the National Museum of History of Ukraine. The result of this action is 1,600,000 Swedish crowns collected for this purpose. This is a website of the Nordic Museum telling about this collecting of money for the purpose of the Ukrainian culture. Well, to sum up, the experience has shown that corporative loyalty and devotion of the staff are crucial in critical situations. Despite different situations Ukrainian museums have faced, this war has demonstrated that museums are not simply passive targets for the invaders. They could be transformed into very effective and important cultural and educational hubs. Knowledge and competence are extremely important and can lead even to international projects. For instance, I would like to use this opportunity and tell about the new project called Sweden and Ukraine in the History of Museum Collections and Exhibitions Narratives. The project is founded by Torsten Söderberg Foundation, and the point of departure is a collection history of Ukrainian objects in Swedish museums and Swedish or broader Nordic objects in Ukrainian collections. The aim is to draw attention to this material and examine how knowledge of the collections can influence national narratives in both countries. I believe that understanding of cultural heritage as global matter, as well as collective responsibility, able to create good prerequisites for avoiding military conflicts and loss of cultural monuments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Fyodor. Heather, there in the room, I think I had better hand back the chairing to you now, because you will be able to see who wants to ask questions within the room, and it's not something I can do at this end. So.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Maybe stay for a minute. So, any direct questions? Oh, sorry, we need to remember as well.
My name is Tatiana Pavlush. I teach history at Cardiff University. My question is about, actually, I was impressed by the photographs of how the museum resumes its activity while the war is ongoing. So I've got in this context a question about how the history of Ukraine is being presented and whether this war could potentially trigger some fundamental rethinking in the way how Ukrainian history and cultural heritage is being presented to Ukrainians and to the world. I thought about it also because history and identity seem to play a crucial role in this war, also in the rhetoric of the aggressors. So this is the first question. And if I may, the second question, it is also related a little bit to this session, to the earlier morning session about the heritage sector. I was wondering about whether these tremendous distractions which we're observing, whether they could raise awareness about the problem, which I think is typical for Ukraine, this gap between the heritage sector and the community, and whether it could be potentially, again, contribute to rethinking of or thinking about the ways to bridge this gap. Maybe this would potentially contribute to resolving the problems with Black archaeology and how it was called, the so-called treasure hunting, if this, the community could be better involved and engaged into the preservation of cultural heritage of Ukraine. Thank you.
Yes. Well, I think you are partly answering my question. And I said that we were working actually on a new concept for a museum, because it's obviously we have empty museum. It's nothing to show except this limited exhibitions. And the reason for this is because the new concept, it's about identity. It's exactly what is the war about. And it's not easy to make a drawing how it shall look, but I think it's important, and we are working on different. We have a team, and we are working, and it's take time. Of course, it will take and resources, and of course, I think the war has shown that there is a need in these museums. You know, it's just, I will tell about some numbers. Before the war, 1919, I think it's a huge number of visitors. It was around 90,000 a year. And last year we had 11,500 or something. I think it's quite good. I mean, if we bear in mind this horrible war going on, and I think it's obviously the people they have feel need to come to museum, and very often many of them are interested particularly in ancient history, probably looking for the roots. So I think this issue about identity, it's something which even will affect the politicians. They will to rethink the former policy, and I think they need to make much more than they had made before. So I don't know if you are happy with my answers.
Anyone else in the room? I've got some online.
What proportion of Ukrainian museums have been directly targeted by Russian forces on account of their Ukrainian ethnic collections?
I don't think that there is some such statistic on it. I think it's a little bit earlier to draw generalization, because we don't have facts for this. I don't think that I have something firm to say about this. There's no actual information about it.
We've got two in the room now, so there's one at the back. I'll come back to you.
Hello, thanks very much. That was a really interesting keynote. It's Sean Jones, Professor of Heritage from the University of Stirling. And I just want to ask you a little bit more, it relates to the kind of concept of the new concept of the museum that you're talking about. I really liked the way in your talk that you integrated the kind of diary approach. And also I noticed the way that you talked about the devotion of the volunteers and the way, you know, people came, but they brought their families, their children, their pets to help pack up artifacts and so on. And I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about that and how you see the relationship between the personal and the professional changing in this context.
Yes, I'm actually, I am happy because I have a good team in my museum. And I think it's crucial actually, because basically I think directors, they don't have much force. I mean, if you don't have the people to rely on, it's basically impossible. And it's extremely, and I think it's something that human resources departments need to be thinking about, that there are some important features which people have, you know, you can find this in this questionnaire. And it's very difficult because these features, you can see these features when some critical situation happens, you know, how people, well, what they are doing, how is their reactions, and I think it's very important. So that's personal. I mean, the team museum, it's 100% of success.
Thank you. My name's Graham. I'm one of your affiliate members. And it's been a fantastic occasion. Thank you very much. One of the speakers this morning put up a slide which said, amongst other things, that archaeological knowledge is a very effective tool in the struggle for rationality against xenophobia, clericalism, and something about nationalism and exclusive nationalism. And I just wonder, as you're rebuilding the kind of museum and cultural heritage sector in Ukraine after this appalling aggression, how do you avoid a sort of an overtly patriotic, nationalistic view of history that perhaps sanitizes aspects of your country's history, like all countries have, that are perhaps not quite so positive, whether it's Jewish, anti-Jewish pogroms or other aspects of history that are less comfortable?
Well, you know, I think in terms of national heritage, I think cultural heritage, it's a broad term, and I think it's related to all nations, not just Ukraine. Ukrainians are responsible for this, that part which they have. So, but I think a collective responsibility is important. And this war not about Russia and Ukraine. It's also because actually Ukrainian culture are related to many other nations and cultures, and it's important. I think this is very important that people understand. Because this is very difficult to frame within the national borders. You know, archaeology, all archaeologists do know actually, so it's very difficult to work with archaeology within the current administrative borders. And of course, it is it's very important that we make our conclusions based on scientific facts, no propaganda, or something which can be used as a propaganda. So, and I think it's important that general public, international publics are aware of this situation.
Thank you very much indeed for your wonderful presentation. I'm Simon Kaner,
I'm on the Council of the Society here. I very much hope that you're able to take in a couple of our British national museums while you're in London. And I was greatly cheered to hear the wonderful support that you've had from the Scandinavian national museums. I think we're all probably aware from the newspaper reports that unfortunately the terrible situation is not yet over and is set, if anything, to get worse. And I just wonder if you could say anything about, are there areas that there could be further support from outside Ukraine, perhaps from national museums around the world or from the networks that this society represents that could help in the period to come?
Yes, of course. I think there are quite a lot of countries and which actually participated. Germany, I didn't mention Germany, but they are very active, and I think they channeling the help via the municipal government. So it's all museums within the city. They actually have some helps. So that of course, I think in the huge need small Counts Museum, you know, on the eastern parts of Ukraine and southern part, those have actually very limited resources. And but I think, you know, it's not easy to help. You know, you need to have a plan. You know, so and that is why it's when it comes to plans, so it's not easy to understand what is actually emergency in this case. And the situation is changing all the time. So I think it needs to be satellite on some levels, but of course some museums can help already, particularly those which are more or less in the safe situation. And is I think the Ministry of Culture, they are working actually on some kind of list, and they actually they have some initiatives that actually can be used if some institutions and countries. Well, I think quite a lot of discussion have been made on the European Union's level. So I don't know actually how much, no details, but I don't actually do know that there is something going on.
I think we're going to widen it out a bit, but we might go ahead again. And we're going to have a panel discussion, but we have some very short set piece things that we thought you would find interesting. And have we got Esther Banfi? Esther, I was going to talk to you first, but we have your recording. But I wonder whether you, sorry, I should be talking into this. I do apologize. Do we have Esther? Annabelle? Yes. Esther, we have your recording, but I wondered.
Yes, please.
You were coming through loud and clear. Would you rather just talk, or would you like us to play?
No, go ahead with my recording, please. It wasn't clear that I could be present. But then I'm very happy to answer if there are some questions emerging.
Sorry, just sorting the sound out.
The European Association of Archaeologists The European Association of Archaeologists can and will act as an interface between research, management, politics, and the broad public. Our achievements certainly makes us think how we could do more. How can our association help? How can European archaeology help? How can our communities help? The EAA was established due to a wonderful event of peace, the fall of the Iron Curtain. We have carefully built bridges between East and West European research and heritage management over the last 3 decades. During its 30 years, the EAA had to face with several problems, several severe problems, but apart of Brexit and the climate threat, now we have to face a horrendously real traditional war in Europe, fought with rockets, guns, and tanks. Soldiers and civilians are dying with no respect for fundamental human rights, international law, and with no respect for the Geneva Convention on Protecting Archaeological and Cultural Heritage in Conflict Zones. This war, and I fear even the aftermath of this war, threatens us with a new Iron Curtain, aggravating collegial and professional relations once again in the 21st century. The EAA just cannot sit by silently and witness this happening. So it reacted fast. Just 1 day after the 24th of February 2022, we posted a statement on our website. A more detailed statement followed a month later, composed by the EAA and signed by 5 major archaeological associations across the globe. Meanwhile, we have been collecting and continually updating a list for refugees with offer for help, for instance, for accommodations in museums, guest rooms, selected by countries. One of our concerns have been what the war does with archaeological sites in Ukraine, with monuments, buildings under heritage protection, and museums with their finds and archives. Then we have concerns about our colleagues and young students and about their families. Accordingly, by offering large storage spaces, we helped organizing actions for saving museum documentation or for packing and rescuing finds. We offered invitation letters for Ukrainian colleagues fleeing and seeking jobs in the EU. We encouraged colleagues to contact EAA if they feel such a letter would be helpful for them. According to People, Ukrainian colleagues were invited to the 2022 annual meeting without membership fee and without registration fee. Several colleagues could thus participate, even if mostly online. And the same applies for this year's annual meeting in Belfast. The EAA membership elected a new executive board member from Ukraine, Fedir Androshchuk. It appears that he is today's keynote speaker. And we hope to help in a more targeted way with such a local involvement with Fedir's expertise and information. On another note, the EAA immediately suspended each and every institutional connection with Russian and Belarusian institutions. Meanwhile, we feel solidarity needs to be expressed towards our colleagues from there too, who might not support the aggression, but rather suffer themselves being intimidated. They may not even express their opinions, or they may not even call war the war. So the EAA invited Russian and Belarusian participants to our annual meetings, providing they attend as individuals without any institutional affiliation. And again, this will be maintained for the Belfast conference as well. I started my short report with a photo of a young Ukrainian archaeologist making a drawing of a pit profile during the war. And now I recommend the article published in the autumn issue of our newsletter, The European Archaeologist TEA,
about destruction of heritage in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Esther. And I should have said, of course, you're the president of the European Association of Archaeologists, and thank you for that perspective. I know you're going to stay online, but I think we will move on to Jan Turek from Prague, who's sent us in a very short PowerPoint, and he's going to give his perspective. Jan organized the World Archaeological Congress plenaries on the Ukraine situation at the conference in the summer.
Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you see the first page of my presentation?
Sure, yes.
And the second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, I have to say great thank you to Esther Banfi for representing EAA on this occasion. I'm not quite in position of representing the World Archaeological Congress, as my duty was completed in last year World Archaeological Congress in Prague, where we even had a special plenary targeting the issues of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But I would like to continue in this discussion, and I would like us to move a bit further, because in last summer we were mainly discussing the very hot issues of emergency and rescue during the exceeding a Russian invasion. Now we need to move a bit forward, as the all sorts of helps and support are already established and are taking place. We should be also discussing the future of our cooperation, even in a great hope, seeing beyond the end of this bloody war, and preparing the strategies for not only rebuilding Ukrainian archaeology, but welcoming Ukrainian archaeology into the family of European science, including reaching the European scientific funding and cooperation. For start, I would like to make a very brief kind of recollection of our experience with the human behavior in a time of war, and the different historical reasons for looting and destruction of cultural heritage. So we can start in the famous, two famous personalities of the antiquity of Alexander the Great and the Cyrus the Great. And we know that Alexander the Great ordered to have the tomb of Cyrus opened to gain the symbolic power of his armor, of his armory, and supposedly he was wearing this armory during his invasion to Asia. So we can see the symbolic meaning of this kind of behavior. Then we can see that the looting and destruction of historical objects and historical monuments are quite often part of a genocide, or of cultural or religious domination. This is an example from the 1st century AD, when the menorah was stolen or removed from Judea, from Jerusalem, and brought to Rome as a trophy, but mainly as a symbol of dominance over the Jewish religion and the population of Judea. Then if we move even further, we can see the implementation of science, and in this case, the early archaeology, in creation of a colonialist explanation of the past. And one of the examples could be given by the Napoleon's expedition to Egypt, which finally was much more successful in the scientific way than in the military. And then we get into a very dark histories of European archaeology and European society, which was the Ahnenerbe organization, which was set up in the Nazi Germany even before the Second World War, and conducted many scientific and also pseudo scientific experiments and expeditions throughout in many continents, and then also taking a very active part in organized looting of historical monuments and shifting them to the collections, and even politicians were creating their private collections of pieces of art in the Nazi Germany. The opposite part, the Red Army, was not as much organized as Ahnenerbe, but managed to conduct a looting in different parts of Europe, mainly in Germany. And we can see a very striking and a very typical example of stealing the Primus treasury from the museums in Berlin in 1945. For a very long time, we were reassured by the Russian authorities that all these treasures were lost, probably get burned in 1945. But suddenly in 1994, the Primus treasure was on display in the Pushkin's Museum in Moscow without any explanations. So this is a classical example of imperialistic policy towards looting and collection of historical monuments and objects which are connected to someone else's history. And the same situation we are now facing in Ukraine. After the atrocities of the Second World War, we all hoped that 1954, the Hague Convention, will set certain rules into the handling and protection of historical monuments in the time of armed conflict. However, the motifs which are known from history as ideological and religious dominance, dominance trophy and collecting trophies and power, and also the cultural reflection of colonialism are unfortunately still present. So several years ago, we were raising the question, what is the agenda for 21st century if it is going to be the protection or neglection? So our hopes were too optimistic, as we can see a terrible damage of, for example, Syrian national heritage, where, for example, Russia is taking also its active part. And this is the example of Palmyra and the Russian and Syrian army victory celebration within the Roman theater of Palmyra, where also the Daesh communal or collective executions were taking place, and the site was heavily damaged by the Islamists. So what can we say about the Russian imperial invasion of Ukraine? Well, most of it was actually mentioned in by the witnesses from Ukraine during the morning program of our conference. What I would like to stress is that we are really dealing with the genocidal war and genocidal damage to not only to human lives, but also to the Ukrainian national heritage, which is being damaged in a very aggressive effort to enforce Russian national cultural dominance over the common historical roots of both nations in the territory, and attempts to falsely rewrite the history of entire region. The damage of cultural heritage in Ukraine started already during the Nazi invasion in early 1940s, and the damage was partly replaced and reconstructed, as we can see in this example of Kievo-Pechorska Lavra in Kiev. But the ongoing Russian invasion is damaging the more or less visible sites throughout Ukraine, as we have been seeing in the witnesses of our Ukrainian colleagues. So, for example, this is one of the most famous Scythian kurgans of Solocha, and the treasures that we still hope to be part of Ukrainian national heritage. This is a very recent picture that Oleg Tuboltsev from the Zaporozhye sent me just 2 days ago, of a Scythian settlement, which was one of the targets of the Russian airstrike. And there we have the comparison of the Sumy Museum in 2021, and then currently in last year after the Russian shelling. And as was mentioned several times, this is not the only museum which was damaged or looted. Mariupol is another example, Kherson or Melitopol, and many others. Perhaps over 30 museum collections were somehow affected by the Russian invasion. So I would like to conclude with the remarks that I made at the beginning of my presentation, that in many ways, the damage of Ukrainian heritage during the last year was somehow handled by a great effort of our Ukrainian colleagues. But the war is still ongoing. The problem is still here, but we should think also about the future. What are we going to do to support our Ukrainian colleagues who, as you can notice, are developing their research, even in the time of very difficult conditions of the war conflict. And we have to make sure that they will be well financed and well supported from the European Union, even for the future research after the war. So that's, I would say, my main message. And I would like to add, Slava Ukraini. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jan, for that historical perspective. And actually, it reminds me that when we were working up the program for today, obviously we're very concerned with Ukraine, but the society is very conscious of the fact that there are other zones around the world, not least Syria, that have suffered as well. And we might look at them in more detail in the future. Any immediate comments for our first two panelists? I think it's a lot to take in, and thank you for the thought-provoking words. It's great to see the support from the EAA, and Jan, yes, thank you for your perspective on the immediate situation.
If I may add, I mentioned the European Union, but of course, the Great Britain is already and will be also involved in this ongoing support of our Ukrainian colleagues.
Now, we do have something from Peter Stone, who's involved with the Blue Shield organization. And I think it might be an appropriate time, if the technology will allow, for us just to hear a short piece from Peter, because it might help to cheer us up a bit.
Good morning. My name is Peter Stone. I'm the president of the Blue Shield organisation and a UNESCO chair in cultural property protection and Good morning. My name is Peter Stone. I'm the president of the Blue Shield organisation and a UNESCO chair in cultural property protection and peace at Newcastle University in the UK. My apologies for not being with you today, but I've been asked to talk just very briefly about the Blue Shield. So the Blue Shield is an international NGO established under Dutch law in 1996, but actually envisaged by the international community who came together towards the end of the Second World War and who drafted the 1954 Hague Convention on the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. And at that conference, there was an expectation that an organization that at the time they referred to as the Blue and White Shield would be created to become the, and I quote, Red Cross for cultural property. For reasons unknown, but I guess lack of funding, that organisation wasn't set up until 42 years later in 1996, and was set up by the 4 international NGOs for museums, monuments and sites, libraries and archives. And Blue Shield works today trying to protect cultural property during armed conflict and as the result of natural or human-caused disaster. And to do that, our main mantra is that you have to start in peacetime, before a conflict, before a disaster is likely to happen. And the reason for that is you have to build partnerships, because we can't protect cultural heritage if we are purely a heritage organization. We have to have a relationship with what we call the uniform sector, the armed forces, police, customs, other emergency services, and also the humanitarian sector. And the 3 different sectors, starting in very different places, have got to understand how and why they have similar end aspirations. And in Blue Shield language, that is the either maintenance or creation of healthy, peaceful, stable, sustainable communities, because those are the building blocks of peace. And if we can contribute to that through the protection of cultural heritage, then that's our end aspiration. And we have to show to those who are involved from a military point of view, for example, that protecting cultural property isn't something that is over and above anything that they would normally want to do, but it is what they might call a force multiplier, something that makes their job easier rather than more difficult. And there are countless examples, unfortunately, recently of how that's been made more difficult, less about how it's been made easier. But we're beginning to get there. So just as an example, last week I was in Brussels at NATO headquarters for a 2-day conference and workshop on NATO developing its own alliance-wide cultural property protection policy. And that will trickle down to how all of the alliance members work on their activities relating to CPP. There's a huge amount more. There is a website. If you just Google the Blue Shield International, you will get to that. You'll see all of the work that we do, from awareness raising and education, training, work on exercises, all of that work predominantly there for the creation of healthy, peaceful, stable, sustainable communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. I know you can't hear us, but it's good to know that that is going on. And we've got a colleague called Krista Pikat, who's from UNESCO, and I think she's going to come on now as a panelist, and she's just back from Ukraine, and she's going to give us a very quick overview of what she found in Ukraine when we get her online.
Thank you very much. I am online. I'm trying to find, okay, because I have a presentation, which I hope you see. Voila. And what do I have to do? Like that. Okay. I hope you see my presentation and that you hear me.
Yes, I can see and hear.
Excellent. So yes, indeed, I'm the director of the Culture and Emergencies Department at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. As you know, UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and we believe that we are, because of the fact that we have a set of normative instruments in the field of culture. We have 6 conventions and 2 recommendations concerning different aspects of culture. Of course, we see UNESCO's role when it comes to protecting, preserving, managing cultural heritage, but also the different expressions of culture as very, very much at the heart of UNESCO's mandate. And this is why when it comes to the war in Ukraine, UNESCO has also been very, very actively engaged. We have been happy to actually receive also lots of financial support from our member states that has allowed us to cover many aspects and work very, very closely with the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Starting with the monitoring of the damage done to cultural sites in Ukraine, but also monitoring the impact of the war on creative industries and the people who work in the creative industries. The figures I have actually date back to July. Said that 37% of people working in the creative industries have lost their job, and that has also been a massive brain drain because of the fact that some estimated 20% of creative industry professionals have left the country. So this is why we have strived to support Ukrainian authorities and really provide a help and assistance to the ministry at different levels. Actually, on the screen you now see the priority areas for our intervention. These were defined at a meeting with Minister Tkachenko on the 30th of August, and there are 6 areas. The first is concerning monitoring, assessment and documentation of damage to cultural heritage. We also support reconstruction and recovery of this heritage, revival of institutional capacity, as well as creative industries, and also looking at how culture can play a role in helping strengthen resilience of the communities. And last but not least, it's also the digital transformation agenda of the ministry as one of the priority areas for UNESCO support. When it comes to monitoring, this is something that UNESCO has done also in other situations of emergencies and war. we actually try to verify the information that is available by cross-checking different sources, starting from the Ministry of Culture website, but also looking at other information sources. And then once we have established a list of sites that need verification, we turn to UNITAR. It's our sister UN agency that has a satellite program, and they provide us with satellite images of these sites that allow us to then verify whether this damage has really happened, and also with before and after images to confirm that damage has been incurred in the situation of the war. We know that this systematic documentation is key to the recovery, and that's why we have also now launched, together with our expert partners, let's say, we like ICROM and ICOMOS. We have launched a new project to actually make these assessments and confirm the details of these assessments also on the ground. UNESCO is leading the rapid damage and needs analysis that is conducted by the World Bank, the UN, and the European Union. We look at UNESCO is responsible for the chapter on culture and tourism, and this would also allow us to start putting a budget figure to the damages that we have recorded and documented. Then moving to reconstruction and recovery, this is something that is not less important than the documentation, because we see that very often the kinds of needs at the country level are very, very simple. When it comes to museums, of course, UNESCO has organized online workshops for museum representatives to make sure that they can draw on the international best practices as concerns how do you actually protect collections, how do you protect artifacts and manuscripts in situations where you do not have electricity. Because of the lack of electricity, there are security concerns, but also the fluctuation of temperature that, as you know, is damaging to the collections. But sometimes it's also much more sort of straightforward needs that these institutions have. For instance, when they have no longer a roof or windows. So we have also supported the sort of urgent works at these institutions, and sometimes provided them with equipment. You see fire extinguishers, but also material that allows them to protect the artifacts against fire. We have a project that we implement together with the civil society partners, mainly the Odessa Fine Arts Museum and Museum of Contemporary Art. But we also support the inventory making in Odessa. Now, turning to institutional capacity, this, as I said, has been flagged by the ministry as one of the biggest concern because of the fact that there is a considerable amount of people who have left the country. And that's why it's really an important area for us to make sure that we prepare a critical mass of professionals with competencies and knowledge that would allow them to engage and provide the support, preservation and management of cultural heritage in the long term.
Krista, sorry, do you mind if I interrupt? Your slideshow isn't moving. Are you aware of that?
No,
because
I'm
we
not aware of that because I actually see the slides.
Sorry, it's just we don't have a huge amount of time left.
Right.
So
I have
sorry
two
to interrupt.
slides. I have two more slides if you allow me to finish, or else I can stop here. That's fine.
Okay, well, we're just seeing your very first slide. That's all we've seen.
Okay, I'm sorry for that because I actually see the I'm on slide 7, but I can perhaps share this on the chat so that you can then go through the slides. Let me then quickly wrap up. Just to say that UNESCO also works with the creative industries to provide support to the sector that, as I said, has lost the livelihoods, and that's why the support to these people and also allow creative sector to keep this contact with their audience, we believe is very important. I would also like to flag the importance of intangible cultural heritage in the situations of war, because we know that this is of utmost importance in situations that where people seek comfort, and this is why it's also important that we support the practices or the traditions. You may have seen in the news that Odessa, not only Odessa was included in the World Heritage List of UNESCO, but also Borsh was recognized as part of the intangible cultural heritage. So these are also indications that culture is at the heart of this war. And the country authorities attach attention to making sure that their cultural heritage is recognized also by the international community. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, for some reason we didn't see your slides. So have we got the panelists? If you're still there, would you like to come back on? We've just got another 10 minutes, but I don't know if Esther and Jan are still there. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you. And John, I don't know whether you've got anything you'd like to say at this point.
Once again, thank you very much indeed to everybody. I think it may be useful to share, particularly for those who are in the audience there, that there's been quite an interesting chat going on. This doesn't mean those who have just spoken that we haven't bothered listening to you. We did, we did all of that. But a discussion has gone around, and in particular, a lot of this kept returning precisely to the question of what has been the response amongst Russian colleagues, Russian archaeologists, Russian museum professionals. Is there still some degree of contact going on, across this horrible boundary? And as I'm simply actually going to repeat a comment that I just put on there, which is I think that there is an underlying point about all of that discussion there, which is it represents a real wish to believe, a real desire almost to be reassured that there is common feeling across this divide, and that we do share values with Russian colleagues, quite a number of whom, up until really quite recently, we were delighted to get the opportunity to meet and get to know after the Iron Curtain fell, and this horrible war created, it has to be said, by an absolutely despotic government, a type of which there's been in Russia for nearly all of its history, frankly, has created even more of that division there. And the point of the extent to which those who are being brought in to function as what in Russian would be described as poputniki, as fellow travelers at this time, and their reintegration into a better world that we all hope of in the future is going to be a very, very difficult thing. It will take a long time, but there really is a wish to see that there, and that is going to be at a human level. All of these infrastructural, organizational plans, relationships are extremely important. In the end, it's going to be people who are going to have to work together if they possibly can. But I think it's a long way off in the future.
Good point, yeah. I'm going to ask everyone in the room if anyone else wants to make a comment. Been quite a lot to take in. Few nods. Oh, yep. Graham, is it? Yep.
Hello, it's Graham again. I'd just like to ask the panel if there was one thing that you'd like the attendees of this conference to do in the light of everything we've heard, what would it be?
Good question.
You know, it's very complicated for Ukrainian archaeologist or Ukrainian citizen to conversate for this team. You know, sure, we should construct our relations after war with Russian colleagues, especially with them who is against war and who support Ukraine in spite of cruel policy of Putin power and so on. But I have wrote in chat, the mind agree, yes, but the heart is protest. I'm sorry, and that's especially Ukrainian feeling, especially Ukrainian point of view. I have no idea what to do further, really. Excuse me, please.
Thanks. Rachel?
I believe there will be fruitful collaboration excavating mass graves somewhere on the occupied territories after the war, yeah, with Russian colleagues. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still angry.
Well, no. Yeah. Leila, I've got one in the room here. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to say I'm Liliana Janik. I'm from Department of Archaeology, University of Cambridge. I live in Britain for almost 35 years and I still have a Polish passport. And I have to apologize for my Western friends and colleagues. They simply do not understand that those in Russia who speak for Ukraine can go to prison. So asking a question like this is simply coming from the wrong position, like complaining that, oh, there are sanctions, we cannot excavate in Russia. So I think my Western colleagues have to start understand the atrocities which are happening in Ukraine and Ukraine, which can or cannot forgive. So what is happening to them?
Good point, thank you. Any other final comments? Oh, there's one back there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the presentation. It's been a really enlightening day today. I have a question about coordination of all the, because you're asking, you know, what could people do from here? And I guess there's been quite a bit of help, of people trying to help on an emergency basis in Ukraine. And often those have been quite ad hoc measures. So, and you have a lot of different actors, right, trying to help, trying to reach out to museum, to their contacts, etc. And what I'm wondering from the Ukrainian colleagues is, do you think that there is a need for better coordination? Do you think that that help could be better coordinated to be more efficient? Or do you think it's sort of worked so far in terms of the emergency, the packages and everything, the materials that you needed? And also perhaps a question for UNESCO, if you see the role of UNESCO as possibly being that of a coordinator down the road, because there is a multiplicity of actors, and I'm just wondering if there is room for better coordination from the outside.
Sava?
Yeah, thank you. I'm giving just a short comment from the Ukrainian perspective that indeed the coordination is great, but we have a far more work to do in this regard, because sometimes the country is big, we have a lot of industries, and even the direct cooperation with Ministry of Culture and Inform Politics not always hits the right target. So we have a lot of charity foundations and international foundations like Alif Foundation who are helping targetedly to cover the smaller actors. And yes, everything can be coordinated better. For instance, I would really appreciate if the ICOMOS Ukraine part of ICOMOS would react to the needs and emails of colleagues from different branches of Ukrainian industry. That would be nice. And there are such small actions that could be done better. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you. Sorry.
Okay, can I? Yeah.
Esther first, please. Yeah.
Just very shortly, may I just complete what we have just heard, that we can never lean back and never be satisfied with the coordination or the effectiveness of our help. But nevertheless, we must bear in mind that the situation even in the Ukraine can be very diverse. And therefore, if you allow me to put my German hat now, because I'm working for the German Archaeological Institute, we targetedly try to organize help for individuals, even for individuals who are not able to travel out of Ukraine, but to give a stipend for them, to finish up a work, to rescue data, to do a kind of whatever they describe, they according to their wish, and finance that within Ukraine, if it comes to that. Of course, with some other cases, we can support their travel and fulfill their targets in Germany or wherever in other EU countries. So I think the diversity of the help, the perception of the manifold kinds of possibilities of support are maybe as important as a massive help offered.
Thank you very much. And Krista, did you just want to say a quick word?
If you allow me,
almost
yes.
out of time.
Yes, just to sort of confirm that indeed, I think there has been a big wave of solidarity that different international actors have shown vis-a-vis Ukraine. And that's why, of course, Ukraine should sort of make sure that the coordination is put in place. We have, as UNESCO, played a supportive role in that for the ministry, and organized actually a series of meetings with different partners. Sometimes, global meetings on the culture sector in general, sometimes zooming in on different aspects, such as, for instance, damage monitoring. And the next meeting will be organized in the month of March, after the rapid damage and needs assessment results is out. Thank you.
Thank you. And folks, I am going to have to draw it to a close there. And just a huge thank you, particularly to our speakers. Shall we give them another round of applause? And not least our keynote speaker who's in the room. Thank you again, Peter. And thank you to all of you for participating. I'm sorry we didn't get through very many questions, particularly online, but I'm sure if you email in, we might be able to pass them on to relevant people. And just a huge thank you. I don't know if our president wants to say, just as a final.
Can I repeat thanks to the speakers, the panel, to Heather and John, who made tremendous efforts to bring this together,
and the staff here at Burlington House, Annabelle in particular, Rebecca, who have made everything work today. So thank you again. And if there are things that you think the society could be doing to contribute to this, do write to me, and I'll see what we can carry forward. Our thoughts are again with the people of Ukraine, whose support, who we unconditionally support. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, let's just give us everybody a hand. Thank you, everybody.